Do we know where Mr. King went? Okay. He may have been messing with his boots.
That one is going to be behind. This one's going to be behind. The only thing that'll be behind is the procedure you're looking at. One of the line things, and then when she does stuff, we're going to Thank you.
All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Let's get on the record. Are you good? We don't need the jurors. They're right out here.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get a few things on the record and then we'll roll. We're back on the record in State versus Blige and Head. The prosecutors are here tying their shoes. Mr. Blige and Mr. Head are here with their lawyers. Did we fix the boot situation, Mr. King?
Well, yes.
Okay,
I did.
we're good to go. Mr. Abate, anything we need to get on the record before we bring the jurors in? Is Mr. Rivers inhaling frequency?
Yes, right outside.
Great. If you want to get him, Mr. Brown, he can start out on the stand. Ms. Fagan, anything we need to take up before you resume your cross-examination of Mr. Rivers? Mr. King, anything on behalf of Mr. Head?
Oh, Your Honor.
Great. Please. Well, let's get I don't want them to run into Mr. Rivers. Mr. Rivers, you come on up and you can stand right in this little well area here because the jurors are going to come by. And then once they stand right there. And once they come by, you pop on the witness stand. Thank you. Mr. Rao, your machine is open. Okay, let's have them start out there and we'll get that on the record. FYI, the jurors may be sitting in the jury box in about 5 minutes. Welcome to my world. Thank you. You all can be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you for being here on time. I heard you were on time. We were here. I managed to finish drug court at 12:59:58. And then we spent a bunch of time getting things prepared for that monitor over there to work real well with the videos that are playing so that you sitting out there could see it. Sarge has told me, however, that as a group, you may have conferred and you would like to sit in the much more comfortable seats in the jury box. And if that is in fact unanimous, I will honor that request we may just need to move that big screen around and sort of shuffle people around a little bit. I'm going to ask Ms. Fagan, who is in the midst of her cross-examination of Mr. Rivers, that's where we left off, if she needs the screen right away or not, because if she doesn't, I'm going to let you guys go on into the jury box. We don't need to take a break to try to reconfigure where screens are. If she does need it, then we may need to take a little bit of a break. But let me take this threshold question first. Is it the case that you all collectively are comfortable sitting in the jury box? Anyone not comfortable doing that? All right, seeing no hands, that'll be your new home in this courtroom. Ms. Fagan, you should proceed with your cross-examination in any manner you want. If it involves heavy use of the big screen, then it doesn't. Okay, then what we're gonna do is have you all move into, before you grab your stuff, 31, or whatever your number was, sit anywhere you want. You're gonna change seats tomorrow. So pick the seat you wanna be in today, but I'm gonna require you, unless there's a hearing or vision thing, to have a different seat each time. But your seat for today is your seat for the rest of the day. Grab your stuff. You can leave your cushions behind. I promise you, you don't need them in these chairs. And we'll deal with the cushions. Thank you. Sure. Why don't you just all come over here and I'll. Right. And then before we have to rotate the tables. For now, you guys could just sort of be at an angle. We'll each have one as a progress. Do some stuff. Which have to spin the tables. It's yours, because we don't want that on your screen. I just want to do. Okay. No, I'm aware that there's stuff. Yeah, the courtroom is now available for reasonable size. Okay. It's cozy. You can always change your mind, but for now, there's where you're sitting. When we take a break, the lawyers are they won't, but we're gonna rotate the tables. In normal times, the tables actually face the bench, and that way you can't see what's on the computer. So I've asked the prosecutors to turn their computers so that you're not seeing their notes or their commentary. You need to rely on what they say and what the witnesses say. But what we're gonna do for now, so we can make some progress, is Ms. Fagan is going to continue with her cross-examination of Mr. Rivers, and we will go with this format until we reach a point where someone needs to use that big screen, and then that'll be our afternoon break. And hopefully you all can go past 5. We won't go too late. We all have obligations. I got to pick my kid up from a practice at some point, but I'm hoping we can do 5:30-ish at least, but we'll take your pulse. If you're starting to fade and it's 5, we'll call it a day. I think that's it. I'm just sort of still reacting to the rotation. People may now come into the courtroom. Historically, courtrooms are open and public spaces. We have been live streaming this so that people who want to follow the proceedings could see and hear everything you could see and hear, but in other places in the courthouse. Now that you're in the jury box, the gallery, which is typically where the public or the media would come, is open to the public. There is no media, but there may be people here who are interested in what's going on. So don't be surprised if people start sitting where you guys have been sitting. They're not alternate jurors. They are just people observing. Ms. Fagan, when you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
2 more things, sorry. 1, as before, if you don't mind removing your mask, Mr. Rivers, and 2, you remain under oath. You took an oath yesterday to tell the truth, and that oath remains with you until you're excused from your testimony, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, make sure you talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rivers.
Good afternoon.
So this morning you and I met, correct?
Correct.
and we met so that we could review interviews video, right?
Correct.
And I'm not going to go over anything that we already discussed yesterday. Moving forward, though, we re-listened to your third interview, right?
Correct.
And in that third interview, that's when you admitted your involvement in the shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, the detectives already had the video footage, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you were confronted for lying, right?
Correct.
And the detectives, 15 minutes into that third interview, they take you alone away from your family, right?
Right.
And at that point, that's when you admit to shooting, right?
Correct.
Now, yesterday when we ended because you were denying that the front seat passenger was shooting, right?
Right.
And at that point, because I had asked you if you had seen that muzzle shot, right?
Right.
But yesterday you didn't recall, correct?
Correct.
But today you do remember, right?
Right.
And now that you recall that Kiki was shooting from that front seat.
It was the back seat.
Oh, Kiki was shooting from the back seat.
Right. And it's Key, not Kiki.
Okay, Key.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you told officers in your third interview that Kiki was shooting from the front seat, was that a lie?
I was mistaken. It was actually the back seat.
Okay. So because your sister was in the front seat?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after the third interview was then a fourth interview, right?
Correct.
And so yesterday, when you testified, you said you weren't at that interview. It was just your sister, right?
Correct.
But today you remember that you actually were there.
Yeah.
Okay. So at that fourth interview, you recall that you said Kiki was the one who passed the gun back to the girls in the truck, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to pause for a second. You said Kiki a bunch of times. You said there's no Kiki. I want to make sure we're talking about the same person.
Do you recall?
There is no Kiki. There's only Key and Key. 2 keys.
Okay. Do you recall?
That's going to be confusing.
Okay. Do you recall the interview you call her Kiki?
No. If I did, I might have said it a little too quick. There is no Kiki.
Okay. Well, you said Kiki more than once in that interview. Do you need me to replay it again?
No, that's fine. I just don't recall me saying Kiki.
Okay. So, Key. Okay.
Right.
Let's just say Key. Now, you said Key was the one who passed the gun back to the girls in the truck.
Correct.
That's what you said at your fourth interview, correct?
Right.
But yesterday you said it was you who passed the gun to the girls in the truck, right?
Right.
So yesterday when you testified in front of this jury, you were lying.
I was confused. I didn't see the video to recall it was 2 years ago.
Okay, but when you, confused or not, you made a statement, correct?
Correct.
That was untrue, correct?
Correct.
And in front of this jury,
Correct.
and you're under oath.
Right.
Okay. Now, back to this fourth interview, okay? So you said that after you got done shooting, that then you slid the gun under the car, right?
Correct.
And that Key was then picked that gun up and then she shot, correct?
Correct.
So then there was a fifth interview, right?
Where?
There was an interview when you actually got arrested.
Yeah.
Okay, that was your fifth interview.
Yes,
right?
correct.
And now you're at your sixth statement about this incident, correct?
Correct.
And now your testimony is when you walked out of Buckhead Loft, you witnessed a man and a woman fighting.
Right.
And then Solo got involved, right?
Right.
And then your sister was trying to diffuse the situation,
Yeah,
right?
She actually did.
And you too.
Right.
And you walked away. You were walking back to Buckhead Loft.
Correct.
Solo was walking back to Buckhead Loft.
Correct.
Jacayla was walking back to Buckhead Loft.
Correct.
But then Helen brought that gun out, right?
That I didn't see.
Okay. You didn't see, but you see it now on the video.
Right.
Okay. Helen brought that gun to the fist fight, right?
Right.
And then once Helen brings that gun, Solo runs back into it, correct?
Right.
So when we watched that video yesterday, you and I agreed that at 2:16:08, Helen grabbed the gun, right?
Right.
At 2:16:06, she grabbed the
06.
gun. 2:16:08, she had the gun pointed to William Lewis's head, right?
Okay.
Okay, and then you and I saw earlier that at 2:16:12, you guys were over at Buckhead Loft. We're walking towards Buckhead Loft, right?
Right.
And then when we saw the video yesterday, you saw that you grabbed the gun from Miss Thompson at 2:16:20, right?
I can't recall.
Okay, but do you disagree that it wouldn't be 2:16:20? Do you want to see it again?
I'm not sure you can do so. I can't recall too many video timings.
Okay. But you do agree though that Helen brought the gun out first,
Correct?
and that when Helen brought the gun out, you weren't in the picture.
No.
Solo wasn't in the picture.
No.
But then the commotion starts when Helen brings a gun, and that's when Solo runs back in.
Right after she's hit.
And then you run back in.
Correct.
Right. And that's when Helen had the gun and passes it to Rhea, right?
Yeah, correct. On
And you
video.
grabbed the gun from Rhea, right?
Right.
After you ask her, is it registered and is it hers and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but
Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
that actually wasn't Rhea's gun. It was Helen's gun.
I don't know whose firearm it is.
Okay, so if Rhea had lied to you about it being your gun, and then you were taking just someone's gun that you didn't know if it was hers or registered.
I didn't know whose gun it was.
Now, after you grab the gun, you're running back towards where Solo's at, right?
I don't know whose direction I'm running towards.
Okay, then gunfire starts happening, right?
Correct.
And then that's when you put off 3 shots, right?
Yes.
And then you see on the video, that's when someone else in the car on the passenger side lays off 1 more shot, right?
It was after everything happened.
Okay.
Solo was already on the ground at that point.
Okay. Now, you agree that when the shooting was occurred, Solo was running away, right?
Right.
And you would agree when the shooting occurred, Solo had his back to you?
I can't tell from video, but it seems that way. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna bring the video up close to you, okay? Because there's no access right here.
Well, he can, if you zoom it, he can see it on the screen. You do it however you want. You're welcome to show him on that screen. You can project it. The jurors won't see it, but he'll see it.
Right, I think he can just.
However you want to do it. Yeah, well, she'll repeat everything on the record. She's just orienting the witness.
Solo had his back to you?
Correct.
No further questions.
As in, you're done with your cross-examination. Okay. Mr. King, do you have questions for Mr. Rivers?
Just a few, sir.
All right, if you'd come to the podium, please.
Sure. Mr. Rivers, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You had previously stated when you were confronted with the fact that a video existed, that you shot in the air, and I believe you used the words warning shots. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after reviewing the video, is it safe to say that you acknowledge that you were not shooting up, that you were shooting directly horizontal to the ground?
No, that's not safe to say.
Okay, well, tell me exactly how you would characterize the direction in which you were shooting that day.
I was
That
shooting
night.
in the air, above my head, above the car door. I was aiming in the air.
Okay, so for the purposes of the record, you just used a physical, you moved your hand directly up in the air. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, have you watched the video of your shooting at all during this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times did you shoot?
I would say 3 or 4, not sure.
Okay. And when you watched it, are you saying that what you saw was yourself shooting directly up in the air?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to see if we can try some technology and show. just this
We're
small
gonna
bit.
try. Try is the right
We're gonna
verb.
try, right.
Okay.
So I'm already linked in, Judge. How we doing so far?
We're good. I'm gonna rotate my screen it can't hurt. It may not help because it's small, but jurors can see that. And then I don't know, we ought to be able to move that a little. Just be cautious, don't unplug anything. But that at least could be moved temporarily. We'll have a more permanent location now that our jurors have migrated. Again, if you do that without unplugging anything, if sparks come out, stop. And you don't get workers' comp, Mr. King, if you lift something too heavy.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right. It's gonna be like a 3D Disney ride for the two of you in the front there. Yeah. I'm turning mine back because none of you is looking at it. All right. Okay.
Oh my goodness, it's real time.
It is.
Okay, so Mr. Rivers, I want to start by orienting ourselves. And this is 12 seconds into this video. And I just want you to say stop if you see yourself, as soon as you see yourself, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna pause 1 second just so we're clear on the record.
Sure.
Mr. Abate, you tendered through Investigator Teague a giant universe of videos. Are you comfortable that any video that Mr. King or Ms. Fagan would be sharing with a witness is part of the evidence that was admitted?
Yes.
Okay, so this is all part of, I'm not asking you to identify it any more than you did, Mr. King. This is all part of States 133. People have named the videos different things, and I don't want us to go down that rabbit hole, but we're in this universe of admitted and thus publishable evidence. Keep going.
Thank you, Judge. Just like I asked, I want you to just, when you see yourself, just say stop, okay?
Okay. Stop. Stop.
Okay. For the purposes, okay, is this interactive over there?
It is a touch screen, and he can mark it up.
Can you just circle yourself in this video where it's paused right now?
Do you remember how to do it?
Yes, sir.
You do?
Okay. Okay. So now, Mr. Rivers, let's just go ahead and start with what we're seeing right now. First of all, have you ever shot a gun before?
Yes.
Okay. Do you own a gun?
No, sir.
Okay. The gun that you have on this day, would you acknowledge that it is a semi-automatic pistol?
I don't know what it is. I don't know what type of pistol it is.
Okay, you acknowledge it's a pistol.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you understand that when you are shooting a pistol, you can either use one hand or you can use two hands. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Based on what we're seeing, would you acknowledge that you are shooting with two hands, or you at least have two hands up in the same direction, moving in the same direction while we look at this video?
No, I can't tell. It's too blurry.
Okay. So do you at least acknowledge that the gun is in your hand at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just gonna.
If you're gonna keep playing, let's just have him erase the circle, because presumably he's gonna move and that red
Erase the
circle will be
circle,
there.
please. Yes, thanks, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Okay. So the person would you acknowledge that this is you?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to just let it play for a couple seconds. And I'm going to pause it and I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
I went too far. Okay. So what I just played, would you acknowledge that that was your first shot that you fired on this day?
You have to go back a little bit. I don't see the flash.
Okay, we're going to do it again. Right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then prior to it just pausing, you shot another shot. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as you look at it in the video, and I understand what you stated, that you shot directly in the air. And I just want to ask you, since you're under oath right now, after watching the video again, would you acknowledge that your shot was not directly up in the air?
From here, I can't tell what angle, but I believe I shot in the air that night. Yes, sir.
And that belief is based on what?
What I remember.
Okay. But it's not based on what you see in the video. Is that right?
No, sir.
Understood. Okay. So my next question for you is, do you remember what Solomon Smith was wearing the night of this incident?
He had on an all black shirt, black pants with white stripes on the side.
Understood.
And white Air Force Ones.
Okay. So can you see Solomon Smith in this video right
Yes,
here?
sir.
Where?
Rewind. Stop.
Okay. Could you please circle him? All right. And how do you know that's him?
He has on a black shirt, black pants, white stripes, and white Air Force Ones. The day of my PC hearing, the judge came off the stand along with my lawyer, Mr. Brown, and pointed out the fact that Solomon failed.
Let me stop you. I just want to ask you, maybe that was too general of a question. I apologize.
Right.
Whenever you testify, I want you to testify to your personal knowledge based on what you've seen, okay?
Okay.
Not what anybody else said.
All right.
All right, thank you. Prior to you getting into the car, you fire.
Can you take the circle down again, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Would you acknowledge this shot, the next shot that you shoot, and I'm gonna let it play after I ask some question, is in the direction of a person that is wearing all black that's running between car 3 and 4? And I'm gonna let it play, okay? Do you see the person that actually walks between car 3 and 4
Yes,
while
sir.
you're shooting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you acknowledge that that person is wearing all black?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you testified on direct examination, would you acknowledge that when you found Mr. Solomon Smith, that he was laying down between car 3 and 4? Or vehicle 3 and 4, because one was a truck.
He was laying in between vehicle 1, 2, and 3, the truck and the silver car beside it.
So, okay. So if he was between the truck and the silver car, we're gonna just make sure we're correct on this. Is this a vehicle?
Yes, with headlights on.
Okay. And is this a vehicle here?
Yes, parked in front of my sister's car.
And is this a truck?
Yes, sir.
And then the person was between the truck and the next vehicle?
Yes, sir.
So you would acknowledge this between 3 and 4?
Yes, 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 sir.
When we counted vehicles before, was the car with the headlights on part of that 4, or was it a 4 starting with the car directly in front of your sister's vehicle?
When we were counting before, we only counted the black car in front of my sister's car, the white truck, and the car beside it.
So we've got a different universe of 1 through 4.
Okay. So, okay, so we gotta go back to make sure we're clear, because I believe that you clearly stated that it was between 3 and 4 in your testimony. And obviously we got to go back to determine what's 1, 2, and 3, and I understand that. But there is a car that's kind of when you're looking directly at the truck, there's a car, and then it looks like maybe like a small SUV, 2 vehicles to the right of the truck. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Looks like a sedan or something.
Like maybe a sedan right next to the truck, right?
Right.
And then after that, maybe like a small SUV.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we're clear, because I'm confused about which one is which. Where do you remember seeing Solo the next time you saw him?
In between these cars right here.
All right.
The truck and the car immediately, if you're
After
facing
it.
the back of the truck, to the right of it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So a couple of more lines of questioning, Mr. Rivers. You you stated in your, I believe in your direct examination, that you, one of the reasons why you did not tell the truth was that you didn't want to get in trouble and you thought you may be in trouble. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, based on everything that happened that night, did you believe, isn't it safe to say that you believe that you might be in trouble because you might have fired a shot that had shot your sister's boyfriend?
No, sir. I was more so scared of what would happen to me for shooting the gun, not thinking that I shot someone.
Okay, so What's illegal about shooting a warning shot in your opinion at the time?
It
That
was
made you
not,
want to lie?
it was not registered.
Right, that sustained.
So you believe that you might be getting in trouble to the point that you wanted to lie to the police a couple of times, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you were confronted, then you still didn't tell the whole truth. Is that right?
Once I was confronted and told that they seen the video, I told the truth.
Okay. Well, one of the couple of lies that you stated is that at first you got the gun off the ground. Is that right?
No, I don't recall saying I got it off the ground.
So Detective Berry said that you said that. That would be a lie?
Yeah, I don't remember saying I got a gun off the ground. No, sir.
Okay. Then eventually, so during the interview, you said that you got it from a young lady that froze up.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right? All right. When you were just testifying in your cross-examination of Ms. Fagan, by Ms. Fagan, you stated that I guess the last gunshot that was fired, you knew that it didn't affect Solo because you knew Solo had already fallen on the ground at that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm clear because in your direct examination, didn't you state that you didn't know where Solo was and that's why you were calling for him and looking for him?
That's right.
Okay. Do you understand that those two things are contrary to each other?
I saw the video on my PC hearing, and that's how I know that after the last shot, Solo had already been on the ground before she shot the gun.
Okay, so you saw the video 2 years ago.
At my PC hearing, not the full one, but enough to clear my name.
Enough to clear your name.
Yes, sir.
How so?
The judge said that he didn't see me.
No objections. I mean, objections. Said no objections.
So it's okay. There was an objection, even though you may not have had one. Mr. Rivers, you need to do your best. I know this isn't your normal thing coming into court, to not talk about what other people said unless you're specifically asked that. What did the judge say? Because that gives then the lawyers a chance to say, is it okay for Mr. Rivers to say what someone else said? So it's the second time this judge thing came up. You can talk about what you saw, what you did, but what other people said sometimes crosses a little evidentiary legal line. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'm gonna move on, okay? Well, Mr. Rivers. When you first did your interview with Detective Berry, you told her that you saw a shooter that was from up the hill with some long dreads. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, was that a lie or was that actually part of the truth when you said that?
It wasn't a lie or the truth. I was telling her what I remembered from that night.
Okay, so you believed at the time that you saw a shooter coming from up the hill?
Yes, sir, with dreads.
Okay, and when that so just so we can orient ourselves with the video, the shooter from up the hill would have been coming from, when everybody talks about up the hill, Would you say that that would be this way this car is headed?
There were two ways to enter the club. One was that way and one was another way on the other end.
When you say up the hill, though, are you speaking in this direction?
The direction I was facing, the opposite direction of that.
That way?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on direct examination, you stated that you didn't know where the shots were coming from.
Yes, sir.
And that's the reason why you decided to take the gun and fire it. Is that right?
That's not why I took the gun. That's the reason I fired. I heard a couple gunshots go off. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just trying to reconcile. Then why did you say that you saw a shooter coming from a certain direction? And you said that was the truth. But today you're saying that yesterday, you said that you didn't know where the shots were coming from.
Both are true. I believed that I seen someone with dreads up a hill shooting our way. And yesterday I did say that I did not know where the gunshots were coming from because I didn't see anyone in my way of view of shooting at me. I didn't see where it was coming from.
Okay. Just a couple of more questions. I know you stated that you had asked Miss Abraham, which was Helen, about the registration and all that with the gun, right?
Right.
What was the purpose for that?
To know if it was an illegal firearm.
Okay, and if it was illegal, how would that have changed? What was in your thought process?
If
on
it was
why you
illegal,
wanted-
I wouldn't have shot it.
Before this night, how long had you known Solomon Smith?
Known him, I say about close to a year.
And did you know him prior to your daughter dating him, or that's when you, I'm sorry, your sister, or is that when you met him?
That's when I met him.
And so your daughter, I keep on saying your daughter, your sister was dating him about a year?
Yes, sir. Yeah, about a year.
Prior to this night, had y'all haven't had some sort of serious falling out?
No, sir. Not me and Solo.
Okay. Y'all never had any beef?
No, sir.
Just lastly, also you stated on direct examination that the person with the Nike on his white shirt, that person stated, "Go get the strap."
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
And prior to your testimony, who did you tell that to?
The prosecutors, the detectives, and the person who interviewed me at the jail.
And who was he speaking to?
I have no idea.
And that night, you didn't know the individuals that are accused here today. You didn't know them.
No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't see specifically anybody other than the person that you can't identify with the dreads shooting that night, right?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Abate, any redirect for Mr. Rivers?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rivers.
Good afternoon.
So let's start with where you just left off with Mr. King, okay?
Okay.
Now, do you remember telling Detective Barry that you had heard the guy, like Mr. King just mentioned, the guy with the white shirt and the black Nike swoosh, say, "Go get the strap," after the first verbal altercation that Solo and the white with the guy with the white shirt and the black Nike swoosh had?
Yes, sir.
Remember saying that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, you heard him say that before he came back around and started having a verbal altercation with the females at the girl who got punched her car.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you heard him say that before Helen had even gotten a gun from Miss Rhea Thompson, yes?
Yes, sir.
And was that before you got the gun from Helen and Rhea?
Yes, sir.
And was that before the gunshots from the two individuals you see in the video shoot at you?
Yes, sir.
And was that before you shot into the air?
Yes, sir.
Now, you on cross-examination, we're talking about a guy with dreads. Remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
So is it possible that you saw the guy with dreads near the people that were shooting?
Yes, sir. It could be possible.
Did you actually see the people who were shooting?
No, sir.
Now, you talked with Miss Fagan yesterday on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember telling her that you met with me Sunday and you only saw one video where they were shooting at you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember meeting with me the Friday before that
Yes, sir.
with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember going over all the videos with me?
Yes, sir.
So we looked at every video that you've seen here today. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you telling Miss Fagan that you had only seen that one video is wrong.
Yes, that's wrong.
So why did you tell Miss Fagan that and the rest of the jury that?
I forgot. I thought I came on Sunday when I was requested to bring my sister.
Okay.
but It was really Friday.
Were you nervous yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Why are you nervous?
Overruled.
I'm nervous because it seems like I'm a suspect in my brother's killing when I'm not, and that's one of the reasons why I'm free right now.
Okay. And when you say your brother, you're talking about Solomon?
Solomon, yes, sir.
Why do you call him your brother?
Because he was about to marry my sister. I went and picked out a ring with him, and when he passed away, that's my brother. I got his name tattooed on my face.
Now, before July 12th of 2019, that night at the Buckhead Loft, had you ever seen the gun that you got from Miss Thompson and Miss Abraham?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea what type of gun it was?
No, sir.
Do you know the model?
No, sir.
Do you know the caliber?
No, sir.
In the moment that you took it from them, was that important?
No, sir.
Why did you take it from them?
Because they were disoriented. Her eye was punched, halfway closed, and if she would have shot, she wouldn't have seen who she was shooting at. Would have been way worse.
Now, after watching the video again and again, do you remember how many times you shot?
4 times.
And when you shot, do you remember always shooting up into the air?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why do you specifically remember that?
Because it was too much around me to shoot at. If I would have shot forward, I wouldn't have hit anything but cars. It was just to make people run away from our car
Why did you want to make people run away from your car?
so we could leave like we were trying to in the first place.
And on cross-examination with Ms. Fagan today, you talked about with her a shot from Key.
Yes,
All right, so for the record, let's identify who is Key. What's her real name?
Kiana Clark.
Okay, so I'm gonna call her Miss Clark, okay?
Okay.
So you talked about Miss Clark shooting out, I think you said the passenger back door.
Yes, sir.
Before today, did you ever tell the detectives that?
No,
Watching the video here, do you actually see that, or are you just agreeing with what Ms. Fagan says?
I see it.
Okay.
I see it.
Now, I want to go back to the video. You broke it. I'm just kidding. No.
Well, everyone got one shot at it at least.
Okay. So I want you to watch the video. So can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see Solomon?
Yes, sir.
Circle him for me. Okay. Now, will you erase that circle for me? Now, I want you to watch Solomon, okay? Are you watching?
Yes, sir.
Did Solomon just go down?
Yes, sir.
Have you shot a single round out of your firearm?
No, sir.
Is that your first shot?
This one is right here.
Mm-hmm. And is Solomon already down on the ground?
Yes, sir.
You shot again?
Yes, sir.
Is Solomon still on the ground?
Yes, sir.
You shoot another time.
Yes, sir.
And where's Solomon?
On the ground in between the cars.
And where are you pointing the gun when Solomon is on the ground?
In the air.
Did you ever fire a shot anywhere in the vicinity of Solomon when you're looking at this video?
No, sir.
Now, tell the jurors, why are you getting in and out of the car? What are you doing?
I'm thinking he's about to run to the front seat and we're about to drive off, but then I see he's not in the front seat, and so I get in the front seat. I'm thinking then he's probably jumped in the car with someone else and pulled off.
And after you shot your shots, tell the jurors what's going through your head. What do you want to do next?
I was trying to find him, pretty much. I was trying to figure out where he was. Everybody else who was with me was accounted for and in their cars except for him.
And what were you going to do when you found him?
I was going to make sure he was all right. Everybody was going to gather back up. And honestly, we were about to go to another show. We were going to keep going.
Did you want to leave?
Yeah.
Now, I want to direct your attention back to the video for a second. And do you see in between the vehicles, the two dark colored vehicles, do you see a person in the middle?
Yes, sir.
Will you circle that person? Okay. Do you know who that is?
No, sir.
Okay, would you erase the circle for me? Now, I want to move the video a little bit, the angle. Do you see yourself?
Yes, sir.
Will you circle yourself? And what are you doing there?
I think at this point I'm looking over the car to see if I see where everyone is, and I'm saying, Solo, where you at?
Are you shooting there?
No, sir.
Do you even have a gun at that point?
No, sir.
I want you to watch the video. What is the individual who is in between the two dark colored vehicles in the middle of the screen at 2:17:10 a.m. in States Exhibit 133? What's he doing?
Feels like
standing?
he's squatting.
Okay, he's squatting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does he do right there?
He's shooting a stick.
How many times does he shoot?
It looks like 2 or 3 times.
And who's he shooting at?
It looks like me.
Now, I want to move the angle over just a little bit and watch this one more time. Who's getting out of the car in your vehicle, your sister's vehicle?
That looks to be Kiana Clark,
Okay, and where's your sister?
still in the front seat.
Do you see your sister?
Yes, sir.
And can you circle your sister for the jurors? Okay, so at this point, the man that's crouching, who you just talked about, has he shot in y'all's direction yet?
I don't think so.
Okay, and how many people are standing around your vehicle?
3.
Okay. And what just happened there?
He shot at us.
And he shot at you when all 3 of you were standing in the middle of the parking lot, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a gun pointed in the direction of that person?
No, sir.
Did you yell at that person?
No, sir.
Did your sister yell at that person?
No, sir.
Did Miss Clark yell at that person?
No, sir.
Did you even know that person was there at that point?
No, sir.
Did you find out after the 3 shots or 2 shots?
No, I didn't know.
When did you find out that that person was aiming a gun in your direction and at your sister's direction?
When I came to see you.
Okay, last Friday?
Yes, sir.
And do you know you could have died that night?
Yeah, now I do.
Do you know your sister could have died that night?
Yes, sir.
Do you know every single person that was in that parking lot and that was with you could have died that night?
Yes, sir.
Now, after all the shooting subsided, it all stopped, okay? What did you do?
Oh, start running in between cars, screaming Solo, where you at? So until I found him.
And was your main concern and your only concern, was it Solo?
Yes, sir.
Did you at all go pick up shell casings?
No, sir.
Why not?
I wasn't thinking about picking up shell cases.
And before going to look for Solo, after finding Solo, did you mess or tamper with the crime scene at all?
No, sir.
Why not?
We were headed to the hospital.
Did you care where the shell casings were?
No, sir.
Is the only thing that you cared about was trying to help save your
Objection
friend?
needed.
Sustained.
What was the only thing that you cared about after you found Solo?
Giving him CPR and getting him to the hospital.
One second, Judge. Judge, I don't have any further questions at this time.
Ms. Fagan, any recross?
Yes, sir. Just a couple of questions. Mr. Rivers, you just testified that on the night of the incident, Solo was wearing black pants with white stripes.
Yeah, with like a white stripe going up the leg of it, I think.
Are you comparing it to, And we're talking about Solo, right?
Right.
Not William Lewis. I'm gonna pass you a piece of paper. And it's the picture that's admitted into evidence under the videos. Do you recognize where your friend is?
I don't see him in this picture. I don't see
You
him.
don't see him right here?
Okay. Yeah, he's by the door.
Okay, he's wearing jeans, right? Not Adidas. Correct?
Right.
Okay, so that testimony you just gave to this jury this morning, that was untrue again, right?
No, I said I believe he had on a black t-shirt, black pants with a white stripe going up the side, and white Air Force Ones.
Okay, but you understand if your information is incorrect, then it's a lie.
Objection, Your Honor.
Right, one, that's really not a question, and two, that's argumentative, so different question.
Well, you also just stated that you heard somebody saying get the shot, the dude with the swoosh, right? But when you just testified on my cross less than an hour ago, you said that you had walked away with Solo, right?
Right.
It was already diffused. You guys were going back to Buckhead Loft, right?
Right.
You didn't come back until Helen had her gun, right?
I didn't come back until he hit Helen.
Okay, by the time you guys came back, I showed you this video this morning. By the time you guys came back, they were between the cars, right?
Right.
Okay, that happened after they were hit, right?
Right.
And at that point, she has a gun to his head, right?
Right.
Okay, so now you are aware that there's 45 shell casings found by the vehicle you were at?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, are you aware that Solomon had a 45 shell casing stuck in his back?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, nothing further.
Mr. King?
No question.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions for Mr. Rivers, if one of the deputies could, I think we're down to one deputy, we need you to collect the questions from the jurors, please. It's all of them? Okay, thank you. In the future, write on only one side of the card. I didn't tell you that, but it makes record keeping easier. Thank you. All right, lawyers? You learn, press the like button. Good job.
Mr. Rivers,
Yes,
if
sir.
you had learned from the person you asked about, is this your gun? Is it registered? That no, it's not mine, or no, it's not registered, any negative answer, why would you not have tried to protect your friends and yourself with that gun?
Yeah, ask the question again, sir. I'm sorry.
Sure. You testified earlier that you asked one of the women with the gun, is this your gun? Is it registered?
Yes, sir.
And your recollection is the answer was yes.
Yes, sir.
You explained why a bunch of times you asked that question. The question I have is if the answer had been no, it's not registered, or no, it's not my gun, I don't know if it's registered. If it had been an answer like that, why would you not have still taken the gun to protect yourself and your friends, to diffuse the situation like you described?
Because if the bullets from that gun were retrieved somehow and it came back to match another crime from another crime scene, whoever has possession of that gun at the time by law would probably be seeking charges for most crime done with that gun. And I wouldn't have put myself in that type of position.
Why were you firing in a situation that you've described as, I couldn't see who was around me, I couldn't see what I was shooting at? Why were you pulling the trigger?
Basically to try to scare off anyone who was around me. If they had a gun around me, hopefully they would have seen me shooting and thought, not to go my way.
If you were shooting, not really knowing what's going on around you, how would you know where the bullets you were firing were going?
Because I remember my arm being extended into the air the entire time.
At what point, either before or after you started firing the gun you had, did you see a person with dreads either shooting or being near where shots were fired? Which came first, if you recall?
I can't recall.
Are you able to share with the jury how many different guns you believed, you understood from hearing were being fired? You described lots of gunshots, but guns can sound differently. Are you able to offer an answer that's not guessing as to how many different guns you heard fired?
I heard at least 3.
Does that include the gun you were firing?
That doesn't include my gun. Including my gun, that's 4 guns,
Okay.
3 guns separate.
All right. Mr. Abate, based on the answers that Mr. Rivers has just given, do you have any other questions for him?
One, Your Honor. The answer to your last question, so I just want to be clear. You remember 3 guns, excluding yours, being fired when?
2 guns before I fired my gun, and I heard the 2 shots after everything was over with.
So just to clarify your answer, you heard 3 separate occasions when a gun was fired.
Yes, sir.
You don't know if it was 2 guns, 3 guns, 4 guns.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Fagan, do you have any follow-up based on the answers that Mr. Rivers gave to my questions or what Mr. Abate just explored?
Just a couple. Now, when the judge asked you how many guns you heard, you just said 3 guns, not including your gun. But now that Mr. Abate asked you what you really meant by that, are you just agreeing with what Mr. Abate is telling you?
No.
Okay, so do you recall that in this video, you never see your arm in the air?
I do see my arm in the air.
Okay, so in the video, you don't see it that you actually use the car as where you lay your arms?
No, I don't see it from this angle, no.
Okay, so, but where do you see your arm up?
In this shot, nowhere, but in the other shots, it was in the air.
Okay, so your testimony to this jury is that if they look at this video, they'll see your arm in there.
From this angle, no, but from another angle, I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay, can you tell us what other angle?
I cannot. I don't have the video footage.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. King, any follow-up in connection with what we've just been discussing with Mr. Rivers?
No.
Thank you so much. May Mr. Rivers step down? All right. Mr. Rivers, you are free to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not taking our break yet. And you're free to go too, Mr. Brown. Are we doing okay in the jury box? Great. There's where you're going to stay. Next witness.
They were called William Lewis.
Swear in front of the testimony about to give the court the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. State and spell your first and last name for the record. WILLIAMLEWIS.
Mr. Lewis, I'm Judge McBurney. I'm gonna ask you to slide a little closer to the microphone so that we can hear you all. And the other thing I was gonna ask you to do, you just did, which was to remove your mask while you're testifying, as long as you're comfortable with that, okay? Great. Mr. Abate?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 26 years old.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
IT specialist for the Bureau of Labor Statistics
Okay. And how long you been doing that?
for a year now.
Okay. And where'd you grow up?
College Park area.
Okay. And what area were you living in back in July of 2019?
I was in between my mom's and ex-girlfriend at the time
And where did your mom live?
in Riverdale,
Riverdale?
Mhm.
Where's that?
south of Atlanta,
Okay.
Clayton County.
And is that the house you grew up in?
No,
No. Now, I want to ask you, do you know Xavier Head?
yeah,
And do you call him Xavier Head or do you call him by a nickname? What do you call him? Zay?
yep.
Okay. And how do you know him?
School.
School? Where'd you go to school?
I went to a lot of schools, but Morrow High School.
Where?
Morrow High School.
Okay. If you'll do me a favor, if you could just talk a little bit louder because I got to hear you.
Yeah,
Mr.
and that, I know your chair doesn't have wheels. That's so you actually don't inadvertently roll off the witness stand, but I need you to move the chair closer so you're closer to the microphone. It's a fancy microphone, but it really only works well if you're pretty close to it, like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So how long, you said you've known him from school. How long would you say that you've known Zay?
6 years,
6 years? Total?
probably so.
Okay. And would you consider Zay a pretty close friend?
Yeah,
Okay. In fact, have we spoken before? You and me?
me and you.
Yes.
Yeah, we have.
And when talking to me, did you say that Zay was like a brother to you?
Yeah.
Now, Your Honor, I'm gonna ask a question that may require masks to come down.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen in the courtroom, everyone in the courtroom, deputies, spectators, jurors, et cetera, Mr. Rao, whose mask is already down. There may come times during the trial when lawyers for the state, lawyers for either defendant, ask a witness to see if he or she can identify someone in the courtroom. And what we're going to do is all remove our masks so that that witness is able to look at everyone in the courtroom in case the witness decides that the person he's identifying is a juror or is this or that or whomever. So,
And Your Honor, before we do that, I'll do it in a second. That way you don't have to do it twice. I'm gonna ask the question twice.
okay.
So
I'm just letting folks know when you give the sign or Ms. Fagan or Mr. King, I'll ask everyone to
Yes,
take their masks off and they'll need to take them off and then they'll put them right back on when we're done with that exercise.
thank you, Judge.
Sure.
Now, do you know Tyree Blige?
Yeah, I do.
And how do you know Tyree?
School as well.
School as well? Did he go to school with you and Mr. Head or Zay?
Yeah.
Okay, at Mora?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long have you known him? Would you say 6 years too?
Around the same time.
And did you call him Tyree or did you call him a nickname?
I call him a nickname.
Okay. And would you consider him a close friend?
Yeah,
And would you also consider him like a brother?
exactly.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to request that the mask be taken down now?
Sure, that's what you prepped us for. So everyone in court, please remove your mask temporarily. In a moment, you'll need to put your masks back on, unless you are the lawyer asking questions, you're the witness, or you're under 5.
Now, Mr. Lewis, do you see Xavier Head or Zay in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
And if you'll do me a favor, will you point and identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing for the record?
I don't understand the question. What do you mean article of clothing?
Just describe what he's wearing. You don't need to point at the person that you're saying is Zay, but if you could describe what he's wearing, that'll help us understand
Okay.
who you're referring to.
A bow tie.
Okay, what color is the bow tie?
Burgundy and gold.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified defendant Xavier Head.
He has?
Now, Mr. Lewis, do you see Tyree Blige or Ree in the courtroom today?
I do.
And if you could do the same thing, describe what he's wearing.
A gray jacket.
Okay. And Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified defendant Tyree Blige.
He has. Masks back on, please.
Now, do you know an individual named Trayson Hawley?
Yeah.
And how do you know Mr. Hawley?
School as well.
School as well? And what do you know him by? What do you call him?
Tristan.
Trayson. And so you went to school with him. Have you known him the same length of time that you've known Mr. Tyree and Mr. Head?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now tell me, do you know a young lady named Asia Ashley?
I do.
How do you know Miss Ashley?
A coworker
Co-worker.
and an ex-girlfriend.
Is it an ex-girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And prior to being your ex-girlfriend, how long did you and Miss Ashley date?
I don't recall.
Okay. When did you break up?
I don't recall either.
Okay. Do you recall when your birthday is?
I do.
When is that?
July 11th.
Okay. And back on July 11th into July 12th of 2019, did you go to the Buckhead Loft?
I did.
And why were you going to the Buckhead Loft?
Celebrate my birthday.
Okay. And who were you going to celebrate your birthday with?
Few of my friends, my ex-girlfriend.
Okay. So your ex-girlfriend, is that Miss Ashley?
Correct.
Tell me, who were your other friends that you were going to the Buckhead Loft with?
Just me, Zay. I don't recall the rest of them, but I remember me and Zay and Tristan and Asia.
Okay. And how did you communicate with Zay and Tresson and Miss Ashley that you wanted to go to the Buckhead Loft that night to celebrate your birthday?
I really don't recall, but I think it was an impromptu thing that we just kind of found. Yeah.
Okay. And how did you get there?
I believe I rode with Asia Ashley.
You believe you what?
I believe I rode with Asia Ashley.
Okay. And do you remember what Miss Ashley drove back then?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember talking to Detective Barry with the Atlanta Police Department on July 25th of 2019?
I do remember talking to her. Yes.
Okay. And do you remember her asking you the same question?
It was so long ago. I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling Detective Barry that she drove a gray-green Nissan?
Possibly.
Okay. And do you remember telling her that you believed it was an Altima or a Maxima?
Possibly.
Now, do you remember about what time you got to the Buckhead Loft?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember if it was at night? Was it in the morning?
Yeah, I remember it was at night, of course.
Okay. And do you remember what you were wearing that night?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, Mr. Lewis, I want to show you what the mark states exhibit 136 and states exhibit 137. And after looking at it, let me know, do you recognize those?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize what's in states exhibit 136 and 137?
Oh, it's me. Yeah.
And are those photographs contained in states exhibit 136 and 137 fair and accurate description of how you looked on your birthday, July 11th into July 12th, 2019?
Correct.
Your Honor, this time, the statement tender was remarked, states exhibit 136, 137, and evidence.
Ms. Fagan, any objection to either of those?
No objection.
Mr. King?
No, Judge.
136 and 137 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, let's see if I can figure out how to publish this without.
So someone's screen is still shared with us. Whoop, it's not anymore.
So. In States Exhibit 136, can you tell the jury what they're looking at? Or who they're looking at?
A picture of me.
Okay. And you're wearing a white shirt with a big Nike swoosh across.
That's what it appears to be.
Okay. What do you not know? Is it a white shirt with a black Nike check, or is it
Yeah,
not?
that's what I'm looking at.
Okay. And in States Exhibit 137, who is in the top photograph?
Asia Ashman.
Okay. And was that what Asia Ashley was wearing at the club that night on July 12th of 2019?
I believe so.
And in the bottom photograph contained in States Exhibit 137, do you see yourself and Miss Ashley together?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you got to the Buckhead Loft, you said you rode with Miss Ashley. When did you meet up with the rest of your crew, your friends?
It was a long time ago. I don't, probably outside of the club.
Probably outside?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember if you drove up with them or you met them at the front door?
I don't recall.
Okay. So I want to show you. I want to show you a video from States Exhibit 133, okay? And it's at 12:06 and 27 seconds on July 12th of 2019. Now,
It's now right in front of you, Mr. Lewis. It takes a minute to get to your screen and mine.
Okay.
Mr. Lewis, do you recognize this parking lot?
I'm not sure, sir. I believe so.
Okay. Where do you believe it is?
Buckhead lost
Okay.
parking lot.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the right side of the screen, so towards the back of the parking lot. You see Miss Ashley's car pulling up and parking at the Buckhead Loft?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you see the car that's parking right next to Miss Ashley?
Yes, I see it.
And would you say that that car parked right next to Miss Ashley close in time to you and Miss Ashley parking?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No, it's not playing. Would you agree that that car parks right next to Miss Ashley, very close in time to your arrival?
Yeah,
Okay. And who's in that car?
I'm not sure.
You said you're not sure?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question. Why are you not sure today?
It was a long time
Mhm.
ago. I can barely see this, and my memory it was a big blur. So
Why is your memory a bit blurry?
it happened so long ago.
Okay. Is it something you don't want to remember?
Pretty sure. I mean, if you play the tape, you probably would hear me identified on there, but I don't remember a lot of that tape or the stuff I said. So yeah.
All right. So do you remember today what kind of car Xavier Head was driving?
I don't remember the exact model.
Do you remember telling the detective it was a small silver sedan?
I don't recall telling her that.
Do you remember telling, well, do you have a mentor?
I do.
What's his name?
Stephen C. Teske.
Okay. And is he a judge, a juvenile court judge from Clayton County? Or
He
used
is.
to be?
He is.
And do you remember telling Judge Teske that Xavier Head drove up in a small silver sedan with you?
Possibly. I'm not sure. I'm telling you, I really don't recall.
And you don't recall because it's been a long time?
I do.
Okay. And it's not because you're protecting your friend, Zay?
Absolutely not.
Now, Mr. Lewis, when we spoke for the first time, was that a pleasant experience?
It wasn't.
It
because I
wasn't?
didn't want to come to court. Yeah.
You said you didn't want to come to court?
No,
Why?
because I was promised that.
By who?
I don't know their names.
Okay.
The detectives that I spoke with,
What were you promised?
that I won't have to come to court.
Okay. Would you agree that everything you told the detective was the truth?
There's no way for me to answer that, sir.
Well, did you lie to the detective?
I don't recall.
Did you lie to the detective when you said that you were with Zay that night?
No, I didn't.
Did you lie to the detective when you said that Zay pulled up right behind you in a silver sedan? Yes or no?
It's been a long time. I can't recall.
You
I
can't-
possibly could have said that. Yes, sir.
If you said that, were you lying?
No, sir.
And were you telling the detective the truth when you told him that you saw Tyree Blige at the club that night?
No, I wasn't telling a lie.
And were you telling the truth when you told the detective that they both came out to celebrate your birthday?
Yeah, I was telling the truth.
Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, before talking to me about a week and a half ago, did I try to get in touch with you several times?
No, sir.
No, sir?
No, sir.
Did members of my office try to get in contact with you?
I believe so. But there wasn't no direct contact to actually talk. It was more of a coming to my mother's house where I don't reside.
Okay. Oh. It's not, is it sharing?
Yeah, what you have on the podium screen is on the large screen next to the jury box, but not anymore.
Okay, so you don't recall an investigator from the DA's office calling you? Do you recall that?
Yeah, I was at work at the time.
Okay, and do you remember telling the detective, for lack of better words, to F off?
No,
Okay. Do you remember telling the investigator that you weren't coming to court?
possibly I could have said that.
And do you remember the investigator calling you over and over and over again?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Judge Teske calling you multiple times to tell you you had to come to court?
No, sir.
You don't remember that?
He called. We only spoke about once.
Okay.
And that's when I agreed.
Okay. You said that's when you agreed? So you don't remember telling Judge Teske that you weren't coming to court and you wouldn't accept the subpoena?
I possibly could have said that.
Well, you either said it or you didn't.
Yeah, I said that.
Okay. And do you remember that because of all the attempts that a warrant for your arrest was issued,
I'm aware of that. Yes,
signed by this judge? Yes?
yes. I just said yes, sir.
And is that when you agreed to come to court?
It was still Steve.
It was still Steve?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's your mentor?
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were in the club, do you remember having a good time?
I'm pretty sure I was. Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember any issues inside the club with anyone?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you remember why you left the club?
I don't.
Do you remember walking out with Miss Ashley?
I do recall that.
And were you and Miss Ashley having any conflict or argument?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Do you remember when you were walking to Miss Ashley's car to go home, spitting on her?
Faintly, I remember some of that. Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember when walking to Miss Ashley's car after you spit on her, pushing her or punching her into another vehicle?
I was so intoxicated, I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, I want to direct your attention to the screen and I'm going to play a portion of State's Exhibit 133 at 2:13:41 a.m. on July 12th of 2019. Now, in the screen in front of you, do you see yourself?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And are you in front of a white truck?
Yes,
And do you see Miss Ashley?
I do.
Can you share the screen? That's showing up because you're playing it there. It's not a screen share, so it's not showing up on any of the others. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's my fault. I apologize.
I'll make a note of it.
Better?
Yep.
Now, Mr. Lewis, do you remember after seeing this video, you pushing Miss Ashley into that vehicle?
At that moment, I'm pretty sure I was blacked out off alcohol, but that's me clearly doing it, sir.
And do you remember why you did that?
I do not recall.
Okay. Well, after seeing that, how does that make you feel?
Terrible.
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Had you ever laid hands on Miss Ashley before?
Objection relevant.
I'll move on. Did you know anyone named Solomon Smith? You got to answer out loud. Yes or no?
No.
Do you remember after you threw Miss Ashley down, do you remember talking to anyone or interacting with anybody after that?
I don't.
Were you angry that night?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Are you angry right now?
No, sir.
So you don't remember anything about anything that happened between you and Miss Asia at all?
I had a lot of alcohol, sir.
Did you guys talk about it the next day?
I don't recall.
When did you find out that you threw Miss Asia into a vehicle and caused her eye to be black?
I don't recall.
Well, did you find out about it? Let me ask a better question. After this night, did you and Miss Ashley remain in a relationship?
I'm not sure.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Lewis. What are you sure about?
That I'm here today testifying and agreeing to do what I said I was supposed to be doing, sir.
What were you supposed to be doing?
Coming in and testify, answering questions to the best of my ability, sir.
Okay. So you don't remember anything about anything as it pertains to Miss Asia Ashley?
I'm pretty sure we broke up after that. I had a daughter on the way at the time, so yes, sir.
With Miss Ashley or someone else?
With someone else.
So when you spoke to Detective Barry, you don't recall telling her that you and Miss Ashley remained in communication after this night?
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. And you don't recall offering to give Detective Barry Miss Ashley's phone number so she could get in contact with her?
I believe that was Steve, sir. He knows her through the job as well. It all was centered with the courts, so.
Okay. After Miss Ashley fell or was pushed by you, do you remember anything that you did next?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember walking back up to a man in a black shirt and having words with him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Ashley backing her vehicle out and almost hitting the car behind her?
I really don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember telling me when we spoke that you did?
Telling whom? You?
Yes, me, a week ago?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Well, let me ask you a question. After you went to Morrow High School, did you go to college?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a master's degree?
That's not relevant here, sir.
Excuse me?
You don't get to answer that way. Ask your question again.
Yes, sir. I have a master's degree.
And does your job require you to remember things?
IT related? Yes, sir.
Okay. A lot of things IT related, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. I went to school for it for 6 years, so
Okay. Do you remember what project you were working on last week for your job?
we have a lot of projects, sir.
Do you remember the project you were working on last week?
I can tell you one out of many. Yes, sir.
Right. And can you tell me one out of many projects you were working on a year ago when you started?
No, no, sir.
Okay. So your memory only lasts about a week, is what you're saying.
No, sir.
Do you remember after Miss Ashley almost backed into a vehicle and some people that were around, a bunch of girls knocking on her window
Faintly, sir.
faintly?
I remember it like it was. I was blacked out, so I had a lot of alcohol. A lot of this stuff it's been 2.5 years ago.
Mhm.
A lot of this stuff I can't recall.
But you recall faintly the girls knocking on the window.
I believe so, sir.
Okay. And do you remember as they were knocking on the window, you running back up towards Miss Ashley's vehicle?
I believe so, sir.
And do you remember when you did that, you punched a girl who was about 5 feet tall in the eye?
I don't recall that, but that's possible.
And do you recall throwing another girl out of the way?
I don't recall that.
You recall pushing the other girl that was in the group around the vehicle?
I don't recall that, sir.
Okay. Now, on your screen in front of you now, do you recognize or see Miss Ashley's vehicle now that the video is color?
I do.
Okay, do me a favor, that's a touch screen. Will you circle that for the jurors?
So what you need to, did it make a circle?
No, that's
No,
not doing
so
it.
if you tap the screen for a second, there's a little pen icon in the lower left-hand corner. Tap that and then, there we go.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, and do you see the silver vehicle next to Miss Ashley's car?
Yes, sir.
And is that Xavier Head's vehicle?
I'm not sure, sir.
Now, do you Did you see at the end of that video, Miss Ashley walk into her car? And I'll play it again for you.
I did.
You did?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you see yourself?
I do.
Can you
Can you
circle?
share the screen again, please?
Sorry, Judge.
It's all right.
Now that the screen share, would you please circle yourself for the jurors?
I can't see me on this stream.
See yourself now?
Yeah, I can see me now.
Okay. Thank you. If you do me a favor, will you erase the? Now on State's Exhibit 133, do you see Miss Ashley backing out her vehicle?
Yeah,
Do you see the car next to her also backing out?
I do.
Okay. You see Miss Ashley's vehicle?
I do.
And do you see her real close to the people who were walking kind of in front of that tree?
I do.
And do you see a female bang or hit her window?
I can see that.
Do you see yourself?
Yes.
Can you circle yourself for the jury in State's Exhibit 133? Thank you. If you'll click it again. So it erases. And do you see the girl, the little short girl who is being thrown from the group?
I do.
Okay. And who's doing that?
I am, sir.
Do you see that girl get punched? Let me back it up.
Uh, yes, sir.
Yes, you want me to back it up, or yes, you see?
Yeah, I did see it. Yes,
And
sir.
who punched her?
I did, sir.
Now, sorry. Do you remember what happened after you punched the girls?
I don't.
Do you remember a man in a black shirt approaching you after that?
I don't.
And do you remember that man in the black shirt and you arguing and you got into a physical fight?
I don't recall.
You don't remember that part?
No.
Okay. Do you remember when you were fighting this man that you didn't know, right? Did you know him?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. Do you remember who was around you?
No, sir.
Was Ree around you?
I don't recall, sir.
Was Zay around you?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling me last week when we spoke that none of your friends were around you when you were fighting the man in the black shirt?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall telling me that less than a week ago?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what happened after you got into the fight with the man in the black shirt?
I remember getting in a car and pulling off. I remember that faintly.
Okay. Whose car did you get into?
Asia's.
Okay. And how do you remember that part? Weren't you real blacked out?
I was, but there's spaces in there. that
Do you
I-
remember leaving?
I do.
So you remember arriving, right? That's a question. You remember arriving
I do.
and you remember leaving, right? You gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
But you don't remember anything in between. You don't remember spitting on Asia. You don't remember punching and
Faintly.
throwing Miss Asia into a car.
Faintly, sir. Now that I just saw the video.
Okay. And do you only faintly remember attacking 3 females?
I didn't recall that prior to seeing the video, sir.
But you recall now?
Not really.
Not really?
No, sir.
But you saw yourself do it, right?
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember it.
He said he didn't remember it.
Now, do you remember where you and Miss Ashley went after leaving the Buckhead Loft?
No, sir. I remember waking up at her apartment complex.
Okay, do you remember telling me that y'all stopped at a gas station right down the road?
I possibly could have said that. I don't remember though.
Okay. Do you remember telling me that while you were at the gas station, Ree and a guy named Nick pulled up?
I never told you that.
You don't remember telling me that?
No.
Okay. You don't remember telling the detective that either?
I possibly could have told the detective that, but then again, it's 2.5 years, sir. I don't recall.
Okay. And do you remember telling your mentor, Mr. Teske, that?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. Do you recall after this night, do you recall gunshots? We skipped over that.
Recall what, sir?
Gunshots, hearing gunshots.
I do recall that.
When do you recall hearing gunshots?
I was blacked out, sir. I'm not sure.
Well, when you heard the gunshots, because,
I don't know where I was when I heard them. That's just what I'm saying.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's see if we can refresh your recollection. Were you in the vehicle? Were you outside of the vehicle? Had you left the club? Had you not?
I was in the vehicle, sir.
Okay, so you and Miss Asia had left when you heard the gunshots.
I'm not sure. I could have been in the car, but still there. I don't know. I really don't recall when I heard them.
Do you remember telling the detective that you heard the gunshots as you and Miss Asia were leaving the Buckhead Loft?
I don't recall saying that, but I possibly could have said that, sir.
Okay. After your birthday, did you speak to Tyree Blige again?
From my recollection, I believe so.
Okay. Well, do you recall what you and Mr. Tyree talked about?
I don't, sir.
Okay. So, but would it be your testimony today that you don't recall you and Mr. Blige talking about what happened at your birthday party?
I recall that there was we was plastered on the news, and there were talks plastered on the news, like our faces was on the news. And I can recall because of everyone had good jobs and things going on to kind of straighten that situation out. So there were talks about getting a lawyer, yes, sir.
There were talks about what?
Retaining a lawyer, sir.
Okay. And did you have a similar conversation with Zay?
I don't recall that, sir.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 138 through 141. tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 138 through 141.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me how you recognize those photographs?
This is the same photos that were shown to me. I believe when we had our meeting, Steve Teske and the detective.
Okay. And do our State's Exhibits 138 through 141 a fair and accurate? Is that copy a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs that were shown to you on July 25th, 2019 with the detective?
Yes, sir.
This time, Your Honor, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 138 through 141.
And this,
Hold on one sec. Mr. King, any objections?
I would like to see it. I didn't see it. I don't know what they are.
That's what I showed you earlier.
They're heading your way.
and that's not my handwriting, by the way.
Okay, you haven't been asked anything yet. You get a chance to talk about them. Why don't we take our afternoon break? The answer is yes, but we're going to take our afternoon break. Ladies and gentlemen, deputies are approaching you. They're going to guide you to 8H. We'll try to keep it to under 15 minutes if that's possible, unless you need more time. So when the deputies come to corral you, if you need more, tell them how much. It's your time. Follow them. Don't talk about the case. No outside research. Thank you so much. All right, you all can be seated. Mr. King, are you able to articulate your concerns in earshot of Mr. Lewis, or should we have him step outside?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
It was the jury you didn't want to have here with. Okay. Then tell me, please, what your concerns are with 138 to 141.
The 138, there is handwritten notes identifying people on the photo, and I don't believe that is appropriate. Well, these are those.
I don't know what they are. So
He didn't say that he acknowledged his writing, and so that's what I'm objecting to, the writing. And then the same thing here with the writing that's on this,
what number is that?
number 139.
So your objections are to 138 and 139?
And 141, this appears to be like a photo from a GCIC, which obviously is problematic as well.
Why, does it say anything about GCIC, or it's just a picture? Maybe I need to look at these to help out, because a picture is a picture is a picture, unless it says on it, criminal history photo. All right, let's do this methodically. 138, Mr. Abate, there is handwriting on here that purports to identify people in the picture. Whose handwriting is that?
So it's a mix of, I know Mr. Lewis will say none of it is his, but the detective specified that he wrote some names down and she wrote names down as he was identifying those people in the photograph.
Okay. 139,
is a photo, and it's circled in red, and then the name Tyree Blige is written on it. Who wrote that?
Same situation, after Mr. Lewis identified the person in that photo, in his presence, the detective wrote Tyree's name and actually asked him, do you spell Blige like Mary J. Blige?
Got it. And then there is, in fact, well, I don't know what it looks like, a GCIC printout, and then there's a photo of someone and a phone number written next to it. Who's the photo of?
Photo is of Tracy Hawley. That was the photograph that was shown to Mr. Lewis during his interview with Detective Barry.
With those words above it. This is a photocopy of what was exactly shown to Mr. Lewis.
Yes, and the phone number that you see on the exhibit is the phone number that Mr. Lewis provided to the detective during that interview.
Okay, and I see it's actually not a criminal history, it's the license, the Class C license, et cetera. So I don't have an issue with any of this being admitted or being published. There may come a time where it doesn't go back with the jury, but we'll cross that bridge if it is brought to my attention as an objection to a couple of these, maybe 138 going back with the jury.
Judge, if he doesn't acknowledge the writing being hid, then how is this whole thing authenticated through this witness?
I believe the state will be able to tie it up unless they're not going to call Detective Barry. So I'm going to let it in, subject to it being tied up. If not, and you want to move for a mistrial because 138 is a basis for a mistrial, I'm running that risk.
So you admitted it before a witness is able to do what's necessary to admit.
I've done it before. I'll do it again. This is an appropriate instance of that. If Mr. Abate or Mr. Rao tells me we intend to call Detective Barry, who could tie up the authentication, not of the photo. The photo is really not the issue. It's the handwriting on it. Is that a fair assumption, or am I at risk making that assumption?
You are not at risk, Your Honor.
I will admit 138 through 141. Anything from the state before we take a break?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Fagan, before we take a break?
No, yeah.
Mr. King?
Yes, Judge. The other issue I have is the issue that I brought up yesterday regarding the screen is coming up, and it seems to be more of an issue now because this screen is right there close to them. And it only takes a millisecond for you to be able to read what's written on the state's computer that's coming up. And it's been at least 10 times a day. And this is how he's prepared. So I'm not trying to say that it's intentional. I know it's not intentional, but it is prejudicial when you have stuff that's labeled with my client's name on it.
It doesn't anymore. I changed it yesterday like you asked me to. It does not say your client's name anymore.
Okay, I didn't see that. I apologize. So there's nothing with my client's name on anything? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You had no way of knowing. I appreciate you flagging it because I've noticed as well, the way we've set things up technically, there's now a direct link between the podium computer and the big screen. And that has helped in terms of playing videos and whatnot. So I'm happy with that connection. But that means that what pops up there, even without a share screen, to your observation, Mr. King, pops up on the big screen. And so.
I apologize. I definitely wasn't trying to say that it was intentional. I know.
No, you didn't. You raised a concern that hey, there's those files again. I'm waiting for Mr. King to say something, and you did. But it sounds like that has been remedied.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for bringing that up. Mr. Lewis, you can take a break. We're going to have the defendants take a break. I need to observe. Ms. Fagan, I don't know if these are folks here for your client or they are people here for Mr. King's client. There are little kids in the courtroom. That's fine. They have behaved phenomenally. This is a murder trial. There will come a time when there are pictures being displayed that if I were a parent, I would not want my kid looking at. I'm not your parent. I'm not your grandparent, but just be advised. We're not going to give you a heads up when those pictures are coming. I'm going to rely on counsel for Mr. Blige or Mr. Head to give you a signal. And if you want to step outside, that's fine. But it won't be okay if in the middle of the presentation, there's an unfortunate outburst in the gallery because there are pictures with blood or whatever there may be. So food for thought. Thank you so much. We will be back soon. Don't go far. And in particular, the lawyers shouldn't go far. The IT folks are about to show up to rotate the tables so that we're in that traditional setting. They may need you to pick a few things up while they rotate them. And then Mr. King and Ms. Fagan, you're going to want to think through how you want to sit. And it may just be we have a wall of table all the way across. And as long as the deputies are okay with that, we'll do it that way. But everyone's going to be reoriented. So you're stuck looking at me with the jury over to your side. Thank you. Did you need me? Oh, they're just in the jury room. It's just like old times. Great. They're ready to move the tables. Do you need help? You have help? Look at that. We got the big guys. All right. Tell the lawyers to move out of the way if you need to do that. I told them this is the time to rotate the tables. If they need to pick stuff up for you, they'll do that. Thank you. I'll get out of everyone's way. Do they need to get stuff from H eventually? They have everything they need in there. Great. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, it was yesterday.
It was on yesterday?
Yes, sir. And the reason that it wasn't on now is because a HDMI cord was connected.
Gotcha. You have to flip this on with your equipment to get damaged. We don't. He knows what happened. That should be good. Yeah. Because he wants to go. He knows my problem.
I've not seen it like this in a while. I know.
That be too close to June?
That's how
Close to bed.
Close to rearranged.
Thank you.
You want me?
Put it up to that.
Well, he said something to the effect that he'd rather have a wall, that he doesn't want to space in there. What's your impression of what he said? Your impression?
Well, I thought he,
I thought he meant like this.
yeah.
Right, so mine too, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so sure, go on. Just me.
I think that's normal.
There's a door.
Okay, I know, I'm just saying, I don't want anything and I don't know. He said overall.
Right?
Your house.
I got those that had to sign race law. I did that in 2 days. That was my.
I don't see you. It's rare, too. Came out of Ron Pleasant's house.
Really?
So, yeah.
I saw him. He was playing fire.
Walked out, I think it's a big place, you have new kids.
Is he still living?
No, it just left his phone, just walked off, like, where my buddy got the streets out, bring him, police, and went in there. He's never, he's not, it's all right, I would take that. But, you know, some people might think it's a dog, I think I'm like that.
He definitely said.
I believe it. They said this one's okay, but right here, right there.
Yeah, I have it on. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay, now we should just be able to push, that was my issue.
He said this
You
is
want me
fine,
there?
he just didn't want air out.
I'm a lot back up.
This hard drive up here, is this needed? Because as long as that's plugged into the, okay. Do you need this hard drive here?
Yeah.
As long as it's plugged in, that's not gonna be on. There's a connection for it.
If you want me to unplug it?
No, I'm just saying, it's either or. We don't actually have a splitter here.
So I play it through the Zoom link.
You can always share it.
You said 15, and
Is
then
it,
you
and
know
it will
how,
still work the same?
and then you take 5 minutes with us, turn to the 10. But you got time, move on.
The screen here, that's why I asked. It's up to you guys.
Sorry, sorry.
Oh, that's that.
Is that slate or is that? Yep. This is a number, like, it's your number. No, actually, I think it's two. I thought the other one was this one right here. Open. Part of that. You get that, so you can see it.
Now, I have an X-ray board, I can plug my computer in. So that, got the same thing on the other.
Okay. They're not using it. So. You guys aren't using that at all?
Oh, they're using her.
Oh, okay, I thought so.
Oh,
So she was asking about that, and it's not even the order. So now we, on that side.
Right, so when we were initially looking for where back here, I didn't have a screen, so we were watching on that. We can't really see that. So we were just trying to see.
you want a extra computer? I mean, I can give you one.
I got 5.
Here's that.
I mean, 5 computers.
Yeah, because your computer, you're signed into the Zoom.
No, I'm not.
So sign into the Zoom, and you'll be able to see. Yeah, right. Okay. And you'll be able to see it on your Mac. Or if they want to move, you can have ours.
Why do we crank that up? It's just really loud. We're gonna need to decrank it. You didn't touch it? Someone touched it, because that's suddenly. I mean, I'm all for it running, but it can't be so loud that Mr. Lewis is pretty excellent, quiet spoken, so we can't. What do the red lights mean? Does it need something replaced?
Replace filter.
Uh-oh. All right. Well, I think this is broken.
Actually, that runs on HDMI as well. We have either this one or this one. We don't have enough ports.
Got it. It's an either or. Okay. Since they're in the jury box, and I think I can go like that. Yeah, why don't you test it? And then.
If it doesn't roll, would you like this one, please?
If we're not using it. Yeah. But his question was, if this doesn't work, then we need to move that. I think, I mean, yeah, because I don't think it was working well for the people way back there. But for about 8 of the 12, it was fine where it was, if it wasn't a bad security issue.
There we go. Yeah. That's not the brightest. Yeah. Kind of dull.
You want to get?
Okay, no, you're good, Mr. Lewis, stay put. That's not as. Okay. Is that just because it's warming up, or it's been on all along and it's just old and tired? Old and tired. I know the feeling. All right. Then let's keep using that one. Do we? It really is for the jury, because Ms. Fagan's going to need something, because the screen that Mr. King is looking at, she's not going to be able to see. Oh, you know what I learned though from another judge? Oh, except you guys are using that screen now.
Take ours, we've got 8 computers, we're good.
I don't think it works quite that way, but what happened in Judge Ingram's courtroom is that she just rotated that monitor, and then people sitting there could both be seen on Zoom and see, but that's unfortunately the brains of the operation for that. Okay.
She dialed into the Zoom meeting or she using her laptop?
Oh yeah, is the Zoom session on your computer?
No, but it can be.
It can be. There's the plan B. Thank you. We'll make that. I'll give you the Zoom info if you don't have it. You got it? Okay. Then where do you all suggest, should we just leave that screen there for now? Ask the jurors if it worked for all 12 of them? Because the other option, I mean, it's swinging it out this way, but that's going to block, unless we had it way over here. I don't know if their cord's long enough, but no one here needs to, oh, that's another screen you could use to see if you, but yeah, but I don't know that it is further than, I mean, the distance for those folks, it'll be about the same. I didn't hear anyone complain about it being right there. Let's leave it there. I'll ask the jurors. I have to ask them a couple questions about the new logistics anyway. So let's assume this is a go. You just need to plug that one back in. Hopefully that wasn't a big process.
Oh, it's sweet. Just plug one in.
Oh, look at that. I'm impressed. It's seamless. You guys weren't here for the first part. It was other people and you popped in and you know what's going on. Thank you. Can we just turn this off? Okay. Can it be part of the Zoom rooms or it would have to plug in through that HDMI? Got it. Okay. Because I've heard other judges have the witness be up here. They just pin the witness here so that people can from a distance, but our jurors don't need that if they're right there. Okay. Mr. Abate, if you will collect 138 through 141. Thank you. Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, let's go. Let's get our defendants back in here, please. And again, that plexiglass, if you guys don't want it, it is easily movable. It's up to, okay? Makes you feel like you're in a bank.
It makes me feel like I have my separate table.
All right, you have literally a separate table. It's only about 18 inches across. You are?
Tracy.
We know how to find you. All right, thank you. All right, let's go on the record. Mr. Abate, anything from the state before we bring the jurors in?
One thing that the state would request permission to leave Mr. Williams under OCGA 24-6-11 as the answers that made him an adverse party and make it so we speed up the process and don't unnecessarily consume needless consumption of time.
All right, Ms. Fagan, do you have any opinion on the state's motion?
This one, I have two objections. One objection is that similarly with Mr. Lewis, instead of lying, he's saying he just doesn't recall. So it's just like Mr. Rivers, he can be refreshed, his recollection can be refreshed, just the same like I did, and I set it all up for him, but he has not sat there and disputed what he said in the past or said something different than what he said in the past, where he would need to be impeached. So I don't think leading is at this time necessary when it could have been moved if he just was given his interview to review.
Okay, you said you had two. Was that two combined? You had two
Yes.
objections. That's two
We did
together.
it together.
Okay. Mr. King, any thoughts on the state's motion?
Judge, I would agree, just to, would agree with Ms. Fagan to elaborate a little bit more. What he is doing is what I believe is the right thing to do. A lot of, when I say he, I mean out of state. I mean, if he doesn't remember, he doesn't remember. If there's nothing else to reflect his recollection, then there is nothing else. If there's another witness that can impeach him, then that's what they'll put up. But leading him, and he's not being defiant, like where I'm not answering your question, which also would bring about a potential leading situation. That wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay. You all, we're in session right now, so I need you to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you. Mr. Abate, give me an example of where you might need to lead if your expectation is the answer is simply, I don't recall.
Do you remember talking to Detective Barry and her asking you, or you telling her that Harry Blythe wasn't the only one shooting that night? He's gonna say, I don't recall.
Okay, but that question's not leading. That's an appropriate question. How would you ask it differently if
You told Detective Barry that Tyree wasn't the only shooter that night.
okay. I'm gonna require you to continue the way you have been. I don't agree entirely with Ms. Fagan or Mr. King's characterization of lack of defiance from this witness. But it's not my job to assess credibility. That's the jury's job. They're not in here right now. But an inability to remember what was told to you just last week is very different from not remembering what may have been said 2.5 years ago. So, nope, Mr. Lewis, but we're right on the edge. And I will let you know, you will not need to ask again if you can shift over. I just think the difference between the two questions you presented, we're not going slower because did you tell Detective X versus didn't you tell? I mean, actually an extra syllable if you're leading them. Okay? All right. Ms. Fagan, anything before we bring the jury back in? Mr. King? All right. When they come in, I'll make my official ruling on 138 to 141 in ways that preserve your objections. I just need to get that on the record in front of the jury as well. Your objections remain, they were made, and that record is just outside their presence. All right, let's bring them in, please. Mr. Oh, you have something to say too? We're good.
All right, for the jury. All jurors present.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Williams told me you all decided to occupy the jury room, which is great. That can be your space if you want it to be your space. If you decide that that's where you want to be when we're having breaks, not for your deliberations, we may get you a bigger space for deliberations, but for breaks, when you're waiting for us, et cetera, we can make that so. That's what it's designed for. And if that's the case, we'll get the coffee maker up and running. It hasn't been used in 2 years, so we'll want to just flush it out a little bit. It's a K-cup thing, so you can bring your own K-cups, but we've got some, they're just not fancy. There's a refrigerator in there that you can use if you want to bring something in to keep it refrigerated. But that's only if you collectively decide that's going to be your break space rather than 8H, or we were going to have to keep you on another floor earlier today until 8H opened up again. I'm fine with that, but I just need you all to let me know. And then Ms. Hansberry, who I think you met, she was helping bring in the water. She can figure out how to fire up that coffee machine thing in the morning. Is it unanimous that that's where you want to be during your breaks? Anyone not want to be, I know you may want to be at home, but when you're taking breaks, is there anyone who doesn't want to be in the jury room? The one other thing we'll do is that hallway can be a space where if you don't want to be packed in that room when we're taking a 15-minute break, it is okay to walk to the end of that hallway you have access to, look out the window, see the great outdoors, use your phone, something like that. You just need to be in that contained space, the jury room or down the hallway to your right. I'll let Ms. Hansberry know she should dust off the coffee maker, and that just means tomorrow morning you'll report here to courtroom 8D, and deputies will get you. Are we all right with that, Captain? You just suddenly showed up when we were talking about the jury room. Okay, you don't need to. I mean, you're welcome to listen, but you showed up and I thought, now I'm in trouble. All right, I'm not in trouble this time. That's it for logistics. We took a break because there were some concerns about states exhibits 138 to 141. We spent some time discussing those outside your presence. I have ruled that those are admissible subject to the state tying them up through another witness. So, Mr. Abate, you may use them as exhibits with this witness, but at some point during the trial, it sounds like there's another witness who will lay additional foundation in connection with some of the contents of some of the photos.
Yes, Judge. Thank you. Permission to restart my questioning?
You're up.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Mr. Lewis, when we left off, we're talking about states exhibits 138 through 141. I want to show you states exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before you go any further, you will notice while you were gone, we rotated the tables. This is how the courtroom used to look, where the lawyers are facing the bench, because most of what we do doesn't involve a jury. So some things have been reoriented. The big monitor we left there for now. That is not an ideal location for those of you at the part of the jury box closest to me. We're trying to figure out a better place for it. I think for the rest of today, it'll be there. We may actually slide it away from the wall a little bit. The only other option is sort of over here to my right. Where it is now, is there anyone who can see none of the screen? Okay, we're gonna leave it this way for today, and then after you go home, we may experiment with one other location. But Mr. Rao, it may help if it slides out from the wall a little bit. If that doesn't unplug everything. Okay, great. We'll leave it there for now. I'm sorry, Mr. Abate. You may again resume your questioning.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Mr. Lewis, do you remember Detective Barry showing you this photograph during your interview on July 25th, 2019?
I do. Can
You
I
did.
ask a question?
No, I get it. I ask the questions and you give us the answers,
sir.
okay? Do you see the person in the very back of that photograph with the black pants with 3 stripes down his pants?
I do.
Who is that?
One of my good friends,
What's his name?
Zay.
Is that the same Zay that's in this courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
And the guy in front of Zay, who's in a white V-neck with black pants that look like they have knee pads on it. Who's that?
Another good friend.
And what's his name?
Nope. Nope.
How would you spell what you just said?
I don't know. It's a nickname.
Okay, but guess how you would spell what you just said.
Noonk.
Nuke. Got it. Thank you.
And, what is the name that Nuke's mother and father gave him when he was born?
I believe Quinn Williams, sir.
Okay. And the guy that is in front of Quentin Williams with the dreads and a black t-shirt on the short sleeve, who's that?
Tresson.
Tresson?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And can you tell me who the person is in front of Tresson in what looks like a Hawaiian short sleeve shirt?
Another good friend, Nick.
Okay. And is that you in front of Nick?
It is.
Okay. Now I want to show you State's Exhibit 141. Who is that?
Tristan.
And is that the phone number that you gave Detective Barry during your interview?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I'm a 4049. I don't remember giving out a number.
Okay. And do you see the photograph in State's Exhibit 139?
I do.
Who was that?
Another good friend, Tyree.
And is that the same Tyree that's in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
And during the interview with Detective Barry, did you identify him as Tyree Blige?
I did, sir.
Okay. Now, so we get it out of the way because you want to talk about it. Did you write that?
I did not. I don't believe so.
Okay.
That's not my hand. No, that's not my handwriting.
So if Judge Teske and Detective Barry were to say that you wrote that, that wouldn't be true?
It wouldn't be. I don't write like you want to see how I write. That's not my handwriting. I don't recall writing no names.
Okay.
Steve wrote all the names down that was in the previous picture, as well as this one.
Okay. If Steve wrote the names down, was he doing it because you told him those names?
I told him. I didn't tell the detective that. Yes, sir.
Okay. But during your interview with the detective, did she not show you this photograph that's in front of you?
Yes, sir. You asking me the same thing. I believe yes. Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, you just said to my last question that the reason the writing is on that photograph is because Judge Teske told the detective that.
Yes, he wrote it. He was right there in my face. Yes.
Okay.
So I have no reason to lie about this, sir.
So when this writing was
That's
put
not
on,
my handwriting, sir.
let me just finish my question and you made that clear, okay?
Yes, sir.
When this writing was placed on this photograph, you were in the room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you watched the person write as you identified each person.
I told Steve, and Steve went out the room. The meeting had adjourned. I didn't give him the names till I was leaving out. I didn't even see him write this down. He asked me what, and then I told him how I had connections with all, which explains why I said head co-defendant, why I said second chance sentence in adult court. This is all Steve. That's how he would know who it is. So yes.
Bottom line is the reason Judge Teske knew who those were to write those names is because you told him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during your interview with Detective Barry, do you remember telling her or her asking you, did Tyree tell you he was the only one shooting that night in your crew?
I don't recall.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Do you recall Detective Barry asking you if Tyree told you that he was the only one shooting that night in your crew?
I don't recall, sir.
You can't. The judge has to rule on the objection.
Oh, I don't.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you, Judge. So you said you don't recall?
I don't.
And you don't recall that your response was, from my knowledge,
Hold on.
what's,
The objection was hearsay.
and Your Honor, it's his response that he made to the detective.
Okay, overruled.
And you don't,
Well, more so, it's an
exception to hearsay.
It's still an out-of-court statement, Judge.
It is, and I think it is admissible subject to an exception to it. It wasn't what Mr. Abate said, but I think that in light of his answer to the question just before, it is admissible.
Do you remember telling the detective, from your knowledge, that's all you know?
I believe so. I don't recall. I'm not sure.
Okay. Are you not recalling things today to help your friends?
Sir, can I explain why? I was 6 months away from grad school. I was threatened with jail time. I had a child on the way. There was a lot of pressure on me. I was scared. And that's what happened. I'm not going to sit here and play games with you. I don't recall it because that's not nothing that no one wants to remember. So, and it was 2.5 years ago. I don't remember a lot of the stuff I said. I was under a lot of pressure and I was trying to get away. I was just trying to get out of there as fast as I can.
Okay.
And I was promised that I wouldn't have to come to court. So that's your answer, sir. I'm not trying to toy with you or anything.
Mhm.
A lot of this stuff I really do not recall.
So during our meeting less than a week ago, do you recall me asking if you wanted to listen to your recorded interview?
I did, and you said you would text it to me. You never did, sir.
Your interview? You,
You said you would text me. You would crop it out and text it to me.
okay.
You did say that out of your own mouth, sir.
Okay.
And you never did.
But you recall that?
What do you mean?
You recall me allegedly saying that I would crop it out and text it to you?
Sir, I don't know what's going on right now, sir. I don't.
Okay. Do you recall me offering to show you the videos and you saying no, you didn't want to watch them?
I did recall that, and I did deny that. I do recall that, sir.
Do you recall saying that a week ago?
I did. I do, sir.
Do you recall during your interview with Detective Barry on July 25th of 2019 saying that you have to hang with guys with guns in order to make it?
I don't recall saying that, sir.
Isn't that why you yelled during that night, get the strap?
Sir, I was blacked out once again. I could have possibly said that, but I do not recall.
You could have possibly said, get the strap?
In that moment of being drunk, and if I'm feeling like my life is threatened, yes, sir.
Okay. And because them getting the strap wasn't enough, you had them shoot on your behalf, isn't that right?
I'm not answering that, sir.
You don't get to not answer. The question was posed and you give an answer. It could be yes, no, I don't remember, 17,
Yeah.
but something other than,
Yes, sir. I don't recall, sir.
Okay. You don't recall them taking care of business for you?
This is.
Yes or no?
Did that come out of my mouth, sir? I'm just curious to why.
Is it yes or no, Mr. Lewis?
right, Mr. Lewis,
No,
you
sir.
don't ask the questions,
Yes,
you
sir.
answer the
Yes, Your
questions.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor. No, sir.
After you had your interview and you ID'd both Tyree and Zay, you got threats, isn't that right?
I never got threats.
So it's your testimony that you didn't tell Judge Teske that you were being threatened,
I never said that.
that you were called a rat.
That's not the same thing as a threat. And the people that said that don't even communicate with them.
So you were called a rat.
I was, but that's not a threat, sir.
Okay. What is it?
It's not a threat.
What is being a
I
rat?
can call you a rat. That's not me threatening nothing on your life, sir. So
So what does being called a rat mean?
Judge, on objection relevance at this time, unless there's a tie-in to the people in this courtroom.
Overruled.
what does it mean?
Mhm.
Basically betraying people that trusted you.
You don't remember telling Judge Teske that you received these threats?
No, sir.
Okay.
And I'm sitting here telling you that, hey, I never told Steve that. And I could look him in his eye and tell him that. I never told him nothing like that. I grew up with them. No one in this room would sir, that's not that. We're not even gonna do this. These people are not violent people that make threats and do stuff like that. I don't know what type of picture you're trying to paint, but it's not them and it's not me. And I don't recall anything like that.
So you can shift your mode of questioning if you'd like.
Thank you, Judge. They're not violent people, but they shot on July 19th of 2000 or July 12th of 2019.
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
And lady.
It was a little argumentative. I've allowed Mr. Abate to shift his mode of questioning.
Sir.
Ask a different question, please.
So they're not violent people, but you told the detective on July 25th of 2019 that Tyree wasn't shooting alone.
I don't recall that, sir, if I did say that. I don't.
But you recall 30 seconds ago saying they weren't not violent people, right?
I can recall that was 30 seconds ago, not 2.5 years ago, sir. It's a big difference.
But you also can't remember what happened a week ago, correct?
Some of it.
The part you can't remember is the stuff that doesn't look good for your friends, isn't that right?
Not completely. If that was the case, I wouldn't be standing here right now today, sir.
The part you can't remember is you physically assaulting multiple females on July 12th of 2019. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. I was blacked out.
You were blacked out,
Yes, sir. I
but
don't
you
a
remember
lot of
getting
that.
home.
Don't talk over him, Mr.
Sorry, Judge.
Abate.
But you remember getting home?
I remember waking up after sobering up, sir. Yes, sir. I do.
Okay, no further questions at this time.
Ms. Fagan, do you have questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your turn for Mr. Lewis.
Okay, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, now, do you don't want to testify today? You don't want to be here, do you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you don't want to be here because you love these guys? Or why don't you want to be here?
Pretty much, yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let's talk though. So who is Judge Teske to you?
He's a mentor that I've known since I was a juvenile.
Okay, and he was contacted by Detective Ferry, correct?
Correct.
And then Judge Teske told you that the detectives were getting in contact and you needed to have a meeting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you cooperated, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told the truth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say you don't recall, is that because you're lying or because you haven't reviewed your interview?
Yes, but I haven't reviewed the interview.
Okay. But you're not right now though, you're not testifying just to lie to the jury.
No, not absolutely not.
Okay, because you are here today, but you don't want to be here, right?
Correct.
And you don't want to testify against your friends, right?
Right.
But you still just identified Tyree, right?
Exactly.
Because that's the truth, right?
Exactly.
Okay, because that's your friend and that's Tyree Blige.
Correct.
Now, you didn't want to say Quentin Williams just now, right?
Correct.
But you did, right?
Correct.
And that's because that's the truth, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so even though the truth hurts, you're still telling the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you had the opportunity to review your interview, then you would recall these answers, right?
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization of testimony.
What's the mischaracterization?
He had an opportunity to review his interview and he refused.
Okay.
Did you just testify that you refused the video or you refused your interview?
The video.
Okay, because you just testified that you wanted that interview sent to your phone, but it never was sent, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so you never had an opportunity to refresh your recollection.
Correct.
So now, after seeing the video just now, do you admit that you fought with those females?
I do.
Okay, and when you cooperated with the police, you provided names, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You provided phone numbers, correct?
Yeah, correct. Correct.
Okay, so after you identify Tyree with the police on the photo lineup, do you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, after you identify Tyree, then you tell the police, I would have rather gone to jail than to talk to y'all. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Okay, but you still talk to the police, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And instead the police leave the room and leave you with Judge Teske.
Correct.
And you trust Judge Teske.
Correct.
And you gave Judge Teske this information.
Correct.
And Judge Teske provided this information to the police.
Correct.
And because you weren't trying to obstruct their investigation, right?
I wasn't. Under my impression, it was voluntarily for me to come in and speak. I could have just kept running like I was. But
And when you do speak, though, you've told the truth.
yes, ma'am.
Now, you've never been confronted by the police for lying.
No, ma'am.
And you weren't confronted just now for lying.
No, ma'am.
Instead, you were just confronted for saying you don't remember an interview that you haven't had a chance to listen to.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk about Tyree's reputation, because you just said they're not violent people. In your opinion, is Tyree an aggressive person?
Never.
Can you tell me a little bit about Tyree? How long have you known him?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object
Oh,
on this.
hold
To
6.
Stop,
6 plus.
stop, you stop.
Oh,
You keep going.
improper opinion testimony as to whether it's a relevant one, and it's the line of questioning is improper. And she's not. No one has said that Tyree Blige was a liar or anything of that nature. He's not testifying about his ability to be truthful.
If Ms. Fagan wants to introduce evidence of Mr. Blige's good character, that opens the door for you to explore certain things. She's entitled to do that in a very limited way. She's gone about as far as she can go. So if she was going to ask Mr. Lewis, tell me about things Mr. Blige has done that make you have that opinion, that would be inappropriate. But to ask this gentleman's opinion of Mr. Blige as being a nonviolent person, it's a relevant trait here, relevant R, not I, double R. And so she's opened that door. You'll do with it as you see fit. There's not a whole lot more for Ms. Fagan to ask Mr. Lewis about that topic. All right, next question. And it can be the same question you asked as long as it's not going to elicit testimony from Mr. Lewis about he saved people from a burning bus or anything like that.
Okay. Simply the question is, what is your opinion of whether or not Tyree Blige is aggressive?
he's not.
Okay. Now, you told the police that he has no criminal record.
He doesn't.
And
I couldn't hear your answer.
Oh, no. Yes, I told him that.
you told him that he doesn't have any criminal record.
Yes, ma'am.
And while you were there in Judge Teske's office, Judge Teske looked Tyree up in front of you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they couldn't find anything on Mr. Blige, right? Now, you just watched the video. You saw the interaction, physical altercation between you and Asia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You saw the physical interaction you had with the other girls after they were punching Asia's window, right?
Yes.
Now, in all of those physical fistfights, did Tyree Blige ever get involved?
No, absolutely not.
And Tyree Blige did not get involved until after one young lady had a gun to the back of your head, right? Did you see the video?
I haven't seen the video.
Okay. I'm going to show you a screenshot from the video. It states exhibit 133. States exhibit 133 at 2 minutes, 2:16:06. Okay. Now, in this video, in this screenshot, you see a female with a gun to your head? You have to say yes.
Oh, yes.
And prior to 2:16:08, does Tyree Blige get involved?
No, ma'am.
So Tyree Blige doesn't get involved until the young woman has a gun to the back of your head.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're done?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. King, do you have questions for Mr. Lewis?
I do not.
Mr. Abate, any redirect for Mr. Lewis?
I do. So you remember that Tyree Blige wasn't involved when somebody had a gun to your head?
Your Honor, objection, mischaracterization of evidence. I'm not asking.
I just
whether
watched
or
the
not-
Don't answer a question when they're objecting to
I'm
it.
not asking whether or not he remembered. I showed him the video as to what he actually saw.
You can continue with your question. Overruled.
So, well, I'll ask a better question. You just watched or saw a screenshot of the video, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The same video you
You got to say yes or no rather than just for the court report.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
the same video you refused to watch with me, correct?
Yes, sir. You just showed me all the clips of the video leading up to that situation. He's not in none of those.
He's not in any of those?
You just saw it for yourself. Yes, sir.
When did he get involved?
What do you mean?
When did Tyree Blige get involved in the situation that happened on July 12th of 2019?
I don't think until after that.
How did he get involved?
I'm not sure. So I don't have eyes in the, I was drinking. I'm not sure.
But you're sure he wasn't involved prior to him shooting?
Well, you just showed me a video leading up to everything that happened. I didn't see him in any of those videos. So
You didn't what?
me, after reviewing the videos that you just showed me,
Mhm.
yeah, I didn't see him in any of that. So I got to infer that he's not around. So I don't know what you're getting at.
No, the machine. So on your screen in front of you and behind, or in front of you and on the big screen, I want you to look at State's Exhibit 133. Tyree Blige involved now, sir?
I can't see.
Oh, let's
I can't
watch
see
it
that,
one
sir.
more time. You need to get closer to the screen.
No, I don't. I'm sure the pixels are going to be the same from back here as up there.
It's on your screen too, if you want to see it closer.
Yeah, but this kind of is real distorted on here.
Distorted.
Do you recall now, after watching the video, Tyree Blige is involved now after the shooting?
I'm not sure. I don't see me in there anywhere to be able to tell you that, sir.
But you were sure on a cross with Miss Fagan that he wasn't involved prior to these shots going off, correct?
I'm not sure, sir. I don't know what you're trying to ask me. I know you just showed me the whole incident with me coming out the club, correct? And me getting into it, right?
And I can't answer your questions.
Okay, I'm just saying. I didn't see him in any of the videos you just showed me. So that's to my knowledge, no, sir.
Now, when you came to my office and spoke to me,
Yes, sir.
did I offer to play your recorded statement for you?
You offered to play the video, sir. You said you would send me, you said a statement that the Detective Barry said, right? Correct? And you said that I would send it to your phone. I never received it, sir.
Yes or no?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. And
I just know you for sure you offered the videos.
did I read a portion of the transcript?
You did read the transcript, sir.
And is that when you asked for just that specific portion to be sent to your phone because you didn't
Yes.
want to stay in my office anymore?
I did request it. I did not receive it though.
But I did offer to play the entire interview for me. And do you remember saying, for you, do
No.
you remember saying you don't have time, you got to get to work,
And I
you've got
said
other
send it
things
to
to
me.
do?
Don't talk over Mr. Abate. He won't talk over you.
Yes, sir.
And what time did you get here today?
Like noon.
Okay. And so prior to testifying, were you offered to read a transcript of your recorded interview and you refused?
Earlier. Yes, sir.
Today?
Today. I wasn't, I don't, that question is kind of weird.
I'll rephrase it. I apologize. Earlier today, when you arrived here at noon, were you in a room with
I
Judge
was in the
Teske?
room. Yes, yes,
Were
sir.
you, was an investigator from the DA's office in that room?
Right. He was trying to get me to read it out loud. He wanted me to say certain things. Yes, sir. On the transcript. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So in a paper, in a binder with your words, correct?
I believe so.
And you refused to read it, correct?
I never told him he wanted me to, this is what he said. I can tell you what he said verbatim.
Okay.
He told me that when I come in here, all I was doing is going to be identifying that who was at the club with me that night. Now and he wanted me to also say that Tyree was a shooter, that the detective showed me that Tyree was a shooter, and he texted me about getting a lawyer because he was a shooter. That's what he said, if you want to be honest. But no one asked me to say, "Oh, read this transcript," and then in front of the courtroom. So there you have it.
In front of the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about in the room that you were in with Judge Teske and the investigator from the DA's office. If we just listen to each other, we can get done with this so we can move on. So let me ask it again. When you were in the room with Judge Teske and the investigator today, did you get offered an opportunity to read your transcript and you opted not to? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. That conversation was all over the place, and they said a lot of stuff and was trying to.
And it was a conversation that happened less than 4 hours ago, right?
I believe so, sir.
Okay. But you did tell Detective Barry that you spoke with Tyree Blige after this incident, correct?
I did.
And you told Detective Barry that he was going to get a lawyer and then speak to her, right?
Correct, because he was on the news and we want to get it reconciled. So, yes, sir.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Fagan, any follow-up with Mr. Lewis?
Just one question. If you were given the opportunity now to listen to the interview to prepare for your testimony, would you?
Would I have to testify again, right? Correct. Yeah.
To listen so that you would have answers?
Correct.
Excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
You would listen? Thank you.
Mr. King, anything else? Okay, I guess it wouldn't be anything else. This time also nothing. No questions for this witness.
That's what I said.
Got it. Questions from the jurors? Cards? Cards. Great. Thank you, sir. It's loud. Mr. Lewis, you are done for the day. You remain under subpoena, which means you may get contacted by the district attorney's office, people associated with Ms. Fagan, or people associated with Mr. King, and you'd be obligated to come back for further testimony as long as the trial lasts. Once the trial is over, there's no subpoena on you. and you're not on call anymore, okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State's next witness is
Mr. Stephen Teske.
So I'm going to ask the jury to take a quick break. This will, especially since you live next door now, but we're going to need 3 or 4 minutes to talk about something before the next witness can come on in and testify. So if you'd please get the jury in the jury room, don't talk about the case, no outside research. Enjoy the bottle of water that's back there. We can get that out of there if that's is that a problem right there? It's okay? Is that the state's? Okay, even better. All right, you all can be seated. Is Teske your witness, Mr. Rao? You've had your one witness? Okay, you did a great job. Mr. Abate, I just want to front load this. I'm assuming that you intend to ask Judge Teske about his recollection of things that Mr. Lewis said in his presence that you believe are inconsistent with his testimony that just ended, or is it completely unrelated to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so I want to give Ms. Fagan and Mr. King a chance to lodge any objections now to that expected testimony so that we can clear that record up, because either he's going to have not much at all to say. If there are objections and I sustain them, or you'll be able to explore what you contend are inconsistencies between what Mr. Lewis said now and what he may have said in Judge Teske's presence. And I'm going to carry this rationale over to Detective Barry as well. If you were planning on exploring with Detective Barry and maybe even your own investigator, things that Mr. Lewis may have said in their presence that are inconsistent with what was said here in court. Ms. Fagan, tell me why you think, if you do, that those witnesses that I've described ought to or ought not to be able to talk about what Mr. Lewis said in their presence.
Well, Your Honor, I think the best form of getting that information that's being solicited in would be the interview verbatim, rather than having another witness summarize or paraphrase what someone said.
So that would work insofar as the conversations were recorded, and maybe you know that one or more of those conversations were recorded. I suspect that there were exchanges between Judge Teske and Mr. Lewis that were not recorded.
They were, all of it was recorded, even accidentally.
Okay.
To the point where judge and detectives are talking like, let me just talk to him and get this information from him, I'll pass it on to you.
Okay. So, Mr. Abate, what about that? That the best evidence is playing the interview, if that in fact covers everything you would be covering with Judge Teske. I get the sense that maybe there was more than one set of interactions between Judge Teske and Mr. Lewis, but that's just based on the way you were asking some of your questions.
You're correct, Your Honor. There was definitely more than one instance with Judge Teske prior to and after the recorded interview with Detective Barry. As to,
Do you plan on playing any of the interview?
I did not. I've spoken to Judge Teske. He remembers what was said during that recorded interview. And in the interest of time, I was just going to ask questions about it versus playing the entire interview and having to stop and start the interview So we didn't waste your time, the jury's time, or anybody else.
Don't worry about my time. You can worry about the jurors' time. Okay, but so your approach was not to play the interview. It was to rely on the recollection of any number of witnesses who spoke with Mr. Lewis, who recall different answers to the kinds of questions you were answering than what we heard here today.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Fagan, do you have another layer of argument beyond, please press play on the interview? You don't have to. I just want to make sure. I stopped you after you made that first one because I was under the impression that playing the interview would get some of it in, but that there are interactions Mr. Lewis had, conversations Mr. Lewis had with any number of these people, to include DA investigators, that wouldn't have been recorded.
Well, my issue would be that within the discovery, the only discussions with William Lewis is one interview that is recorded, and anything prior to is not even labeled within the notes or after. So we wouldn't have been served a discovery to prepare for that in our defense.
Well, you received Judge Teske's name and contact information and probably pretty quickly figured out his connection to Mr. Lewis.
With the presence of him being at that one interview.
Okay. All right. Mr. King, any concerns about line of questioning with this series of witnesses? Did you have a conversation with Mr. Lewis? Did you ask him X? What was his response? You know the routine.
I do, Judge. I understand prior and consistent statement, but what I think we need to identify what he believes is inconsistent, because the state can just start asking him questions, and some of it may not be, some of his answers may not be something that was brought up on direct. Some of it could be stuff that he said that was consistent, and then there will be something that he's asking that maybe Mr. Holly just doesn't remember. But non-recollection doesn't rise to the level of prior and consistent. So I think there needs to be an identification of the things that the state believes is inconsistent for the purposes of a hearsay exception.
Okay.
Instead of just letting him talk about everything that happened.
I think that's a fair concern, but I think the onus is on the state to cabinet. And if you or Ms. Fagan or I get the sense that we're going far afield from what Mr. Lewis was asked about, I'll say this isn't proper. You're welcome to object. I won't make you guys object many times to it. If I get the sense that Mr. Abate asked Mr. Lewis 3 questions and he's asking Judge Teske 100 questions about topics we didn't even cover. You're exactly right. It's not a prior inconsistent statement because there was nothing said about topic X. Say, did Mr. Lewis have a gun? He didn't ask Mr. Lewis if he had a gun. So if Judge Teske is asked, what did Mr. Lewis say to you about him, Mr. Lewis, having a gun? That wouldn't be, the answer would be hearsay to that question. And you won't need to make many objections saying that would be hearsay because it's not a prior inconsistent statement, because it's not inconsistent with anything because it wasn't testified to, that I'll need to admonish is too strong a word, but instruct Mr. Abate to ensure that he is asking the witness or limiting the witness to the topics that were covered with Mr. Lewis. It's not a real broad universe. I think it's doable, and frankly, it's how it typically happens. And I will make this finding. I don't find Mr. Lewis's I don't recalls to be credible. I'm not saying that in front of the jury, but I need to make that finding for some of the questions Mr. Abate is going to ask to be prior inconsistent statements, because you're right and Ms. Fagan is correct. She didn't argue it now. She elicited it from Mr. Lewis that, hey, I don't remember stuff. But I will observe that the moment Ms. Fagan asked anything of any detail about July 12, 2019, yep, I remember that, or that definitely happened, and that didn't happen. And that just isn't consistent, to overuse a word, with the types of responses Mr. Abate was getting when he was asking even more general questions. It was a complete shutdown, blackout. I was drunk. I was blacked out. I don't even know what that means. I don't know how he's walking around punching women if he's blacked out. But he had to acknowledge that when he saw it on a video. So, you weren't arguing otherwise. You had said, hey, I don't remember, doesn't open the door. Correct, but if the I don't remember is being used as a guise for, I don't really want to engage you because those questions I'm not comfortable answering. And that's the finding I make, right or wrong. I make that finding.
I agree with what I want to say is something just to follow, piggyback on what you said there, but also what you said during the break. And that was that his I don't remember, there's several kinds of them. The ones from 2 weeks ago are different from the ones 2.5 years ago.
Or 4 hours ago. I agree.
So I don't want it to be any I don't know opens the door for an impeachment. And that's why I know he has to step through landmines, but I want those landmines to be there because some of it's not fair just because I damn sure don't remember what, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
I damn sure, I said it again.
It's still okay. It's still okay.
I don't remember, even during crazy incidents I may have been involved in 2.5 years ago, every detail. And I wouldn't want to be held to that standard. So that I understand everything you're saying. I still think he has to walk through those landmines specifically.
You and Ms. Fagan will identify them for him. If something happens, you're free to object. As I said, you won't need to do it too many times before I get it and say, Mr. Abate, this will need to work differently. But I'll end my analysis with something I just said just a couple minutes ago. I found Mr. Lewis's memory of 2.5 years ago to be remarkably acute when Ms. Fagan was asking questions and remarkably dim when Mr. Abate was. And that informs my ruling that Mr. Abate will be able to ask Detective Barry, Judge Teske, and others about things that Mr. Lewis may have said to them back then. I agree with you that it's not the waterfront because there were lots of things Mr. Lewis wasn't asked about concerning the incident. But I was listening, and I feel like we've got a comfort zone here where Mr. Abate can explore that. And so my ruling is that it would not be hearsay for Mr. Abate or Mr. Rao to ask that group of witnesses who interviewed Mr. Lewis soon after the shooting or in the last couple weeks or 4 hours ago to offer testimony that is inconsistent with what Mr. Lewis said, to include inconsistent with I don't remember. But at that last point, there may be a few things from 2.5 years ago where I don't remember is, well, neither do I. But about some of the things, like I said, there was crisp recollection. Yes, ma'am, you are correct. That's what happened versus I blacked out. And I don't know about that. So with that, I'm going to ask the state to get Judge Teske ready and the jurors to come back in, please. How are you? Okay, you were gonna, why can't you get in? No, the password? Okay, all right. Are you heading out? They're coming back tomorrow here, so you can get it all set up. Great. Okay, thank you. Are you here tomorrow? Great. You did send it. Ugh, it was gross. All right. Nine is the start time tomorrow.
Oh, you're the president?
Thank you. You all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving us a few minutes of your time while we worked through something that, with this conversation, we don't have to take a break before several other witnesses as well. I believe the state's next witness is Judge Teske. If you'd come on up to the witness stand, please. And while he's doing that, hopefully you noticed Ms. Hansberry from my team did some spick and span work back there in the jury room. It may not smell 2 years of must now, so at least we could do for you all. If you could remain standing to be sworn in, you know the routine. You ought to.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of? I did. You know, Steve, did the state spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, Steve Teske, actually it's Stephen with the V as in Victor, Teske, T as in Tom, E-S-K-E.
Good afternoon.
And Judge Teske, one last thing. If you're comfortable with it, removing your mask helps us understand what you're saying better. If you're not, that's okay. You just have to get even closer to the microphone if you're going to wear your mask.
Oh, I'm fine with it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge Teske.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I am currently a prosecutor with the Pascua Yaqui Indian Nation in Tucson, Arizona.
And how long have you been doing that?
Since October 1st of this year when I retired as a judge.
And how long were you a judge, sir?
For 22 years and 3 months.
And where were you a judge?
Clayton County.
And can you tell the jurors in Clayton County what division of court you were assigned to as a judge?
The juvenile court, but since 2010, I did at least 1 week of work in Superior Court, helping and assisting the Superior Court judges, all 5 of them.
Okay. Now, do you know Mr. William Lewis?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you met or know Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Lewis came to me by way of having committed a delinquent act, and as a result, I was the one who dispositioned him, or you might commonly be familiar with if I just use the word sentencing. So he was one of my young people that was assigned to me.
And do you remember about how old Mr. Lewis was at that time?
I believe he was 16.
Okay. And after your involvement with the case with Mr. Lewis, did you remain connected to him?
I did.
And did you become a mentor to Mr. Lewis?
I did.
And how many years, if you could tell the jury, that you have remained a mentor for Mr. Lewis?
Up to the present.
And you said you moved to Arizona in October 1st of this year, or?
Yes. I mean, we actually purchased a house just a little bit before that, in transitioning, getting ready. But yeah, my wife went on out there to fix it all up in that, but then I moved out there.
Okay. And prior to moving to Arizona, did you meet or see Mr. Lewis fairly often?
Yeah, usually though with the COVID, when you say prior to moving out there, yeah, I did see him often. In fact, there were at least a couple times that he came up we had a place up in North Georgia, and he came up there and took him fishing and hiking and things of that nature. I was introducing him to, I guess some new things in life. Okay.
And did you introduce him to your family?
Yes. Yeah. He knows my mom and dad, my wife, knows my son, who's at the time was a homicide detective in Clayton County. Now he's a sergeant.
Okay. And did Mr. Lewis talk to you about an incident that occurred on July 12th of 2019 at the Buckhead Loft?
Yes.
And did he tell you about what he remembered about what happened at the Buckhead Loft prior to any conversations that you and he had with any detectives with the Atlanta Police Department?
Really not much. And that was because I really initiated, because the detective reached out to me, requesting assistance to talk to Will. And so that's when I picked up the phone and called, Will, and said, hey, this is what's happening. And I encouraged him to speak to the detective.
And after you encouraged him to do so, were you present during an interview that occurred on July 25th, 2019 with Detective Berry at the juvenile court in Clayton County?
I was. In fact, Will requested that I be present. He felt more comfortable. He also wanted a neutral place. So I said, well, why not my conference room? And I was sure to also let the detectives know and let Will know, because at the time I believe they recorded this. And well, I knew that they recorded, but I think at the time I said this, it was being recorded, and I wanted to make sure it's recorded, that I was there only as a mentor and friend, okay? Because as us judges know, we can't give legal advice. And I wanted to make that very clear to Will.
And did you?
Yes.
Okay. And was Will forced to come to your office and meet with the detective on that day?
No, not at all.
Did he come voluntarily?
Yes, he did.
And do you recall the detective telling him that at any point, if he wanted to end the interview, he could?
I believe she did. Well, there was Detective Barry, and I believe the other detective was Jack.
Okay.
Yeah, so one of the two did.
Okay. So during that interview, one of the detectives, the male or the female, told Will if he wanted to end the interview, he could.
Yes.
And during that interview, did the detective ask about what happened at the Buckhead Loft on July 12th?
Yes.
And during that interview, did Detective Barry and Detective Sajak show Will any photographs and yourself any photographs?
Yes.
And I want to show you what's already been admitted in the evidence as State's Exhibit 136 through 141. Now, in the screen in front of you, or also the large screen further in front of you, do you recognize State's Exhibit? I believe it's 138.
I do.
And is that the same photograph that Detective Barry showed Will during that interview?
Yes, it is.
And during that interview, did Will identify each person in that photo?
Yes, he did. I believe yes, he did. He did.
Now, the handwriting that is below that photograph, do you know, based on you being there, whose handwriting that is?
It looks like some of it may be mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is,
and I do recollect that. Yeah, there's kind of a convoluted journey here that got to this point.
okay, is the on the photograph where it says Trace and Holly, do you know whose handwriting that is?
Now, I believe that one's Will's, though.
Okay. And where it says second chance sentence in adult court, is that your handwriting?
That would be mine, yes.
And then where it says hey, head co-defendant, is that Detective Barry's handwriting? If you can recall.
Yes, I believe so.
So based on your being present during this interview, why were those labels put underneath each one of those people in the photograph?
There was a conversation. Will was hesitant.
Mm-hmm.
He was feeling uncomfortable in this whole ordeal. Okay. And so the suggestion was, and I think it may have been my suggestion. I asked Will, would you feel more comfortable if we had a conversation and about who's in these photos, and I'll be the one to disclose it.
Okay.
And he said yes. Now, I do believe he did identify some names. I think he did identify. I think the reason we went outside is because there was one person who he felt uncomfortable giving up the name.
Okay.
The biological name, okay, rather than a street name or nickname. And that's when we went outside, and he had disclosed to me that, in fact, this young man used to be in my accountability court, which is called the Second Chance Court, that is dedicated to what are called designated felonies, for which these are young people who are subject to 5 years in a youth prison.
Mhm.
And I had developed this as part of my program to reduce racial disparities and so forth, and to keep kids from getting into the system. So with that said, and having laid that foundation, Will said, you know, he was in the second chance program,
Mhm.
okay? And in fact, earlier this year, you sentenced him over in Superior Court on a probation revocation. And then I looked and I said, sure enough, I did. What a small world, okay? And that's when I just went into our JCAT system, pulled up the name, printed it out, and gave it to the detective.
Okay, and so other than the individual who's got the arrow pointed second chance sentenced in adult court, I believe is what it says.
Right.
Um,
So if I may, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, that's the reason there's second chance sentence in adult court is because Will never had to give me his name.
Okay.
Okay. I was able to figure it out on my own, print it out, give it to the detective. Okay. And that's how that went down.
Okay, and all the other individuals identified in that photo, their names or identity were given to you and the detective actually in the detective's presence.
That's correct.
Okay. Now I want to show you State's Exhibit 139. Do you recognize that photo? It's okay if you don't.
I can't say that I do. I don't think they showed that one to me.
Okay. Do you recall if they showed these photographs to you of Will?
No, I do not believe they did.
Okay. So do you recall during the interview with Detective Barry and Mr. Lewis, Mr. Lewis identifying who Tyree Blige was?
Yes, I do recall that.
Okay. And do you recall Detective Barry, you and Will talking about him hitting several females on the night of July 12th of 2019?
That is correct.
Okay. So if he was to if he had testified that he didn't talk about that, or he didn't recall saying or discussing that he had hit females that night, that would be not true.
That would not be true.
Okay. Do you recall during the interview with Detective Barry, Will identifying Miss Asia Ashley's car as a Nissan Maxima or Altima that was a grayish green color?
Yes, I do remember that.
And do you recall during that interview, Mr. Lewis talking about being confronted by other males because of his actions to a group of females? Getting into a physical fight because of his behavior that evening?
I do recall that conversation.
Mhm.
What I recall, I believe it's Detective Sajak who was pointing that out to Will. You know, in other words, my recollection is that was asking Will, you know, are you aware or do you think it's possible that the person who was shot, okay, coming over thinking women were being battered by you and went to defend them? That's what I recall.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And Will said, no, I didn't know that.
And do you recall Detective Barry asking Will about Tyree Blige telling him he was not the only shooter that night?
Check the hearsay.
Overruled.
You know, I would probably need something to help me refresh my recollection on that part.
Okay. Just testing, I'm going to show you transcript of the interview that was recorded on July 25th of 2019 on page 50 of 93. I just would refer you to lines 10 through 14. And if that refreshes your recollection, you just look up and I'll ask you the question again.
I have to be careful here. It does appear that he's acknowledging that there may be two when he says from my knowledge, but then he follows up, that's all I know. Like I said, I was gone, so I don't know. It's a little bit ambiguous, but my initial impression is that, yeah, he is saying from his knowledge, like he's acknowledging from the question that's asked, you know.
So I'm gonna cut you off. I appreciate your analysis of that. Why don't you ask a specific question to see if reviewing the transcript has refreshed Judge Teske's recollection, and we'll see where that goes.
After reviewing the transcript, Judge Teske, does that refresh your recollection that during the interview with Detective Barry, he was asked about what, after his conversation with Tyree Blige, that Mr. Blige confirmed that he was not the only shooter that night?
Yes, it does refresh my recollection.
Okay. And did Detective Barry ask Will that question?
Yes.
And did Will respond with, from my knowledge, yes, that's all I know. Like I said, I left.
That's correct.
I'll take this transcript. Now, during that interview with Detective Barry and Detective Sajak, did either detective make any promises to Will?
No,
And did they provide him with any sort of hope or benefit if he made a statement in favor of what they were asking, that something good would come about it for Will?
no,
Was Will's statement about what happened that night voluntary?
yes,
And did the detectives tell Will what he had to say?
no,
Okay. Did the detectives tell Will that he wouldn't have to come to court if he spoke?
no,
So if Will said that the detectives promised that if he spoke to them that day, he would never have to come to court, that would be a lie.
yeah, that would not be truthful. In fact, toward the end of the interview, they even brought up that, you know, that if this were to go to court, that they wouldn't tell the judge something, okay, that wasn't shared here.
And through your conversations before, during, and after that interview, did you ever tell Will that by making a statement, he would never have to come to court and talk about it?
No,
Now, after your interview with Mr. Lewis, did you continue to interact with Will?
that's correct.
And did Will, or Mr. Lewis, excuse me, indicate to you that after making a statement to the police, he had been threatened?
Yes,
And did he in fact tell you that he had been called a rat for talking?
yes,
And did he tell you he was afraid for his life?
yes,
And did he tell you because of that, he had to lay low?
yes.
Section relevant, Judge.
Overruled.
Most recently, have you and I and other members of the district attorney's office made contact with you?
Yes,
And did we do so after Mr. Lewis was uncooperative?
yes,
And did Mr. Lewis, during that time, about a week ago, refuse to come to court?
yes,
And in fact, did Mr. Lewis, do you remember telling me that Mr. Lewis called you the day before I first spoke to you about a week and a half ago? You
yes,
missed the call.
yes,
And after speaking with myself and other members of the office, did you then make contact with Mr. Lewis?
I did immediately thereafter.
And during that conversation with Mr. Lewis, even initially with you, did he refuse or say he wasn't going to come to court?
Yes,
And did that continue for a couple of days?
it did. And in fact, it was Will who sought me out by text. I was in Boise, Idaho, spending the day with the juvenile court judges there, working with them on how to reduce racial disparities when a text came, but I was too busy, and it did not refresh my memory that he had texted me until your office contacted me.
Okay. And after that time, after you received that text and speaking with me, did you continue to make contact with Mr. Lewis and in an effort for him to come to court as required?
I did.
And during that time, did Mr. Lewis voluntarily or on his own decide that he would come to court?
Yes,
And did you meet with Mr. Lewis and an investigator today in the DA's office.
Yeah, I did.
And during that time, was Mr. Lewis afforded an opportunity to review his transcript?
Yes, we both were.
And did he refuse to do so?
Yes, he said he didn't need to read it. However, I did it. I'm pushing 62, okay?
We appreciate it. Lastly, Judge Teske, during this last week and a half, did Will and Mr. Lewis indicate to you that he was scared to come to court?
Objection hearsay.
Let me ask a better question. I apologize. I'll strike the question.
Nothing actually gets stricken, just so you all know from the TV. Nothing gets, but strike that. All that shows up in the transcript is that some lawyer said, strike that, and it draws attention to.
You took my one TV moment away.
Yeah, sorry, nothing is stricken, denied. But you may ask a different question.
Did Mr. Lewis, during the last week and a half, indicate why he did not want to come to court?
Yes.
Objection hearsay.
My response would be it's impeachment evidence, Your Honor. He was directly asked on the stand about the process of coming into court and why he didn't want to be cooperative. I didn't use those exact words, but we used the word subpoenas and arrest. And he denied and said it was all voluntary.
Okay, I'll allow the question. Overruled. Do you remember the question? In
Yes.
62?
Right. So Will reminded me of what happened the last time and the threats the last time and laying low. He reminded me when he came up to the cabin and how good it was to get away and be this far from Atlanta because of that. He also told me, he said, I have a baby girl, okay? What's going to happen to my baby girl? It's not just me, it's my family. In fact, he broke down crying.
Thank you, Judge. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Ms. Fagan, do you have, whoa, you all right? Sorry about that. Questions for Judge Teske?
Okay. Judge Teske, you encouraged William Lewis to talk to the police, right?
That's correct.
And he cooperated, right?
Yes,
And he told the truth, right?
yes.
And the officers never confronted him for lying, correct?
Hold on one sec. I'm gonna let it slide because you may have told your phones make noise after 5 and we're here late. That's okay. But we're gonna be wrapping up soon. If that was your way of saying, hey, Judge, it's 5:30. I know what time it is. Okay. Is the restaurant on fire? Okay. Ms. Fagan, back to you.
He told the truth, correct?
Yeah, I mean, at the time during the interview, that is, you're speaking of, you're talking about the detectives, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes. No, I do not recall that they told him he was lying or thought he was lying, No, I don't recall that.
Because at that point, when they met with you guys in your office, they already had the video footage, right?
Yes, they did.
And William Lewis identified Tyree, right?
Yes.
And he didn't identify Tyree as a shooter, though, because he didn't witness the shooting, correct?
Yes, that's what he said, yes.
And have you viewed the video?
I don't believe I did.
Okay, so you're not aware that William Lewis.
Wait. I think I may have. I do remember what he did getting in the car, okay, and then it driving off. And then I think that's where almost immediately after that, the shooting occurred. If that's what's in the video, I saw that, and it isn't some movie on Netflix. Okay.
Okay, so then you are aware, though, that he didn't witness the shooting.
That's correct.
Okay, so he was cooperative. Now, one of the questions was he promised that he didn't have to come to court? That was your question on direct. Do you recall telling him in the interview, the option is if you give the info to me so that you can say that you didn't give it up and let it be on me. I'm willing to take that, even if it means I'm stuck, even if it means it sucks me into something else later. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
So you portrayed to Mr. Lewis that if he gave you this information, that you would be the one to come in and identify these individuals?
No,
Hold on, don't answer the question.
sorry.
That's okay.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, with the mischaracterization of what she actually just read, but I'll withdraw my objection.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you remember the question?
I do.
Okay, you may answer because the objection was withdrawn.
So before going into the interview, what was discussed was that, they were looking simply for him to identify who are the folks in a photo, okay? They were able to find him, I think it was through Facebook, and that's how they found me as the mentor. They made that connection. So they said, look, this right now is not going to get out. We will keep this confidential, okay? All right? They could not promise if this were ever to go to trial. They said, we don't know whether to go to trial. In fact, at that point, even the detectives were saying, we're just trying to figure it out. We don't even know if there's justification for this. That is self-defense. So that's really what they said. And that was before. That's why you're probably not going to see it in any transcript, because that was before we went into my conference room.
Okay, so my question actually is the second to the last page from the end.
Okay.
Okay, and in that recording, do you recall saying the option is if you give the information to me so that you can say that you didn't give it up and let it be on me? I'm willing to take that, even if it means it sucks me into something else later. Do you,
Yes.
You recall telling Mr.
Right.
Lewis that?
Right.
Okay, now, so you also agree that whether or not he refused to listen to the interview, he did not listen to the interview while you guys were waiting for your testimony today.
But repeat that, but make sure I'm following you.
Have you seen Mr. Lewis review the interview?
No.
So when the state asked you if it would be a lie if he recalled or not, you wouldn't know whether or not he recalled, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Yeah.
So the question, the question submitted on direct was something to the effect that if Mr. Lewis just took that stand and said he didn't recall, that would be a lie. And Your Honor agreed. But Your Honor would not know whether or not he recalled something or not because he never reviewed the interview, correct?
I'm still having trouble with the,
Would you know if I recalled something?
well, if you give me more facts around it, I guess yes, but, I mean, that's kind of a conclusory. I'm sorry, I'm struggling here.
My question is simply, you're not in my head. Would you recall if I remember something?
No, of course not. If I'm not in
Okay.
your head, no. Right.
So if I say I don't recall something and you're not in my head, you can't say that I'm lying, right?
That's fair enough, yes. Mhm.
And you went on the juvenile court system and you looked up Tyree Blige's name, correct?
I'm not sure. Was it? Yeah, it was Tyree. That's right. It was right.
You looked up Tyree Blige, correct?
Right.
And Tyree Blige has no criminal history, correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, then, can I say no juvenile record?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not authorized to get into the adult system.
Mr. King, do you have questions for Judge Teske?
Very briefly. Good afternoon, Judge. How are you? Good afternoon. I'm doing well, sir. Thank you.
Good. You stated that you remember Mr. Lewis indicating that he had received some threats. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to be clear that he did not say specifically who those threats were from, did he?
No, he did not.
That's all I have.
Mr. Abate, any redirect for Judge Teske?
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly. But he did say he received threats because he gave a statement about this incident.
Yes.
And while speaking with Detective Berry, he did acknowledge that he spoke to Tyree and Tyree told him he was a shooter member.
No. What he said was that Tyree said that he was looking to get a lawyer. I don't believe in the interview that he said anything about Tyree being the shooter, but I do. I mean, if it's in there, it would help me to see that. Okay, but he did say that Tyree was looking to get a lawyer.
I'll ask an additional question. In what you reviewed in the transcript a little while ago, do you remember reviewing the question from Detective Berry where she asked, after speaking with Tyree, did he tell you he was not the only shooter in the group?
Objection, Judge. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
Overruled.
I object to ask an answer.
Did you not cover this in direct?
Yes.
Okay.
No, but
That you don't need to answer then. Sustain.
And during that interview, on cross, Miss Fagan talked to you about the statement you made about him identifying the people in the picture to you, and then you taking that to the detective, and you would be put in. You remember that?
yes.
And at any point during that interview or during cross, did you indicate that that statement meant he wouldn't have to come to court?
No.
Did it actually mean that you'd also have to come to court, like you're here today?
That's correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Ms. Fagan?
You and Mr. Lewis have a good rapport.
Yes.
You trust each other.
Yes.
And ultimately, when you were talking to William Lewis and telling him, just tell me, that was because he trusted you, right?
Correct.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Mr. King?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Questions from the jurors for Judge Teske? Right? Thank you.
Judge Teske, at any point in your discussions with Mr. Lewis about the July 12th, 2019 incident, did he ever relay to you that he was blackout drunk, blacked out while the events occurred?
Not black out. He was pretty intoxicated. He did convey to me he was pretty intoxicated and mentioned he had a lot of Hennessy that evening.
Okay. Did he tell you that the consumption of the Hennessy made it so that he could not remember anything that happened that night?
No. I don't recall him. No, the only way that he characterized the intoxication is that, we, just made some stupid decisions that night. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Abate, any follow-up based on those couple questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Fagan?
Yes, Your Honor. When, during the interview, when he was confronted about fighting with the girls, he admitted that, right?
Yes.
He told the truth, right?
Yes.
When, in actuality, though, he didn't witness the shooting, correct?
Correct.
So he would have no information to provide as far as what he witnessed regarding the shooting.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. King?
No question.
All right. Judge Teske, thank you for your time. Good luck in Arizona.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Abate, do you have a witness who will take less than 1 minute? All right, then we are done for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, before you leave, don't start standing up and all that. Based on your decisions, you should be back here, 8D tomorrow by 9 o'clock. I'll know when you're showing up because you'll be coming through here. I may be out here. So same travel plans that you had for Tuesday, but we'll start at 9. State's next witness. Mr. Abate, not to put you on the spot, but do you feel like we are on schedule with your sense of where we'd be in the case? I'll get more specifics from you when the jurors have left, but I want them to know how it's looking Friday, Monday, next Friday. Okay. Yes, you think we're more or less on schedule? Okay. We have no more half days. Tomorrow will be a full day. You'll get a morning break, a regular old lunch break, and an afternoon break, and maybe some bonus breaks. That'll be your space back in the jury room. If there's something you want to bring that needs refrigeration, you've got a very freshly clean refrigerator. K-cups, if you've got your special flavors, bring your own K-cups. Otherwise, we've got some industrial strength, something that we get at a volume discount. And hope to see all 14 of you. You've been phenomenal being on time by 9 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll get the next witness up. Any logistical questions from any of the 14 of you? Sir.
The door is locked, so we can't really come in all the way from the elevators, or?
So I'll make sure that a deputy has unlocked this courtroom by 8 in the morning, unless someone said, that door right there.
Just across from the bridge.
Oh, because you've been coming in the other building. There are elevators. You come in through Central. You take elevators straight to this floor. You're not going to have to walk across that sky bridge anymore. So the only door that could be locked, he'll be down there guiding you. But the only door that could possibly be locked would be to this courtroom. But I'm going to ask the deputies to make, they're here way before we're even awake, to make sure 8D is unlocked so you can get into the jury room. You're welcome to leave things in the jury room. We will not rearrange your bags this time because you don't have to go anywhere. So if you want to claim a corner, make it your corner, leave your stuff there, and we'll take it from there. Okay? Thank you so much for staying late today. How are you doing? Long day. All right, you all can be seated, please. I know Mr. King wants to get something on the record. We'll do that, but I'm going to go in the usual order. Mr. Abate, anything from the state before we adjourn for the day? You'll have witnesses as you've been doing a great job, ready to go tomorrow morning?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And you don't expect to rest tomorrow, just so that the defense could be ready?
Most likely not, no, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll try to remember to ask at lunch, but it's not going to be at 10 and tomorrow, like, hey, we're done?
No.
Okay.
I've never gotten it's almost like you requested, was a question as to whether or not I'd have witnesses or not.
Not at all. So far, so good. Ms. Fagan, anything we need to talk about before you get a break for the evening? Okay. Mr. King, what was it you wanted to talk about?
Judge, I don't think it's, well, I thought that the whole exchange regarding the second shooter was a little problematic because he didn't say it. Mr. Lewis didn't say it, it was the detective that said it. And I'm considering whether or not it would be appropriate to ask for a limited instruction on that. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and just ask.
Okay.
A limited instruction on that, because the way that it came out was that
Mr. Lewis affirmatively said, hey, Mr. Blige said either he wasn't the only shooter or he was the second shooter.
right, he didn't say that, and that's the problem. The detective that said it, and I know objection to hearsay was overruled, but he never said it, and that's the thing. I think that's an important distinction, that even though it's like you can't unring the bell, I still think that it's possible that it might be necessary for a limited instruction on that issue.
What would help me, I hear you, and we'll come up with a remedy. One may be to make it crystal clear, which I suspect you will, when Detective Barry testifies. But it may be appropriate for me to say something when we start tomorrow. I don't want to draw undue attention to it if that's not your choice. I would like a copy of that part of the interview. Don't text it to me. If it's one page, I can make a copy right here. It's on paper. So I need to see who said what and what the response was. And then I'll be in a better position to say, I just disagree with your interpretation. I think Mr. Lewis adopted that statement by saying, yes, that's what Mr. Blige said. But it's like 3 levels of, it's a detective saying, as I'm gathering from what you're saying, because I've never seen the transcript, it's a detective saying, did Mr. Blige say? And then the question is, what did Mr. Lewis say to the detective saying Mr. Blige said? And I don't flag that to say, gosh, that's lots of levels of hearsay, because I think there are exceptions for all of it, because Blige saying it comes in, detective saying it, if it's prior inconsistent statement, it comes in. I just need to see the context of it, because if Mr. Lewis's answer was, I don't know, or this or that, then we're turning a detective statement into Mr. Lewis saying something. And if that's what you're trying to protect your client against and anyone else, I need to assist with that. So I would like, someone can just email it, whatever page or 2 pages that part of the transcript is, email it to me. And whatever you email to me, email to the other lawyers as well. Is that doable?
Yes, Your Honor.
But I'd like you to respond, because
Yes.
I'm sure you've got a perspective on it.
I do, and my perspective, Your Honor, would be during the questioning of both Mr. Lewis as well as Judge Teske, the question was, did Detective Savannah Berry ask William Lewis, did Tyree Blige tell you that he was not the only shooter that evening? And both of their,
Mr. Lewis said, I don't remember.
and then my response to Mr. Lewis, the question was, and do you remember telling Detective Berry that from my knowledge, that's all I know, I wasn't there? And then that's the same exchange that I had with Judge Teske, making it clear that it was Detective Savannah Berry's question, and that was his answer, that from my knowledge, that's all I know.
Okay. So my request remains the same. If you could just send me that excerpt so I can look at it. We should all look at it. And then I'm adding it to my list. And so we'll talk about it in the morning before the jurors come in. You may decide overnight, Mr. King, let's not focus on that, because it's coming back up when Barry testifies. And that may be the way, like, let's just put it on the screen. Maybe that's the remedy, is put the question and the answer on the screen. Don't know, but I'm open to options. I just want it to be clear. And then you guys can run with it. I say it means this. I say it means that. I don't want the jurors to be laboring under a misconception. That's why I let them ask questions. Anything else, Mr. King? All right, then if you all could be here a little bit before 9 tomorrow, so we can talk about whatever we need to talk about. Do you think, Mr. Abate, that some point tomorrow you will be seeking to play jail calls involving Mr. Head? Because I still need to get closure. Mr. King flagged an important point. I think I found some cases that get me there, but I haven't finished my homework. I just want to prioritize.
Yes, it's a possibility.
But it'd be towards the end of the day. Okay. And are you playing any jail calls with Mr. Blige?
At this time, like I said, I don't believe I plan to, but there's always a possibility.
There's always a call made tonight. Okay.
Not now.
Better not be.
Thanks for that.
If they hadn't figured that out, they got bigger problems. All right. Write that down. We're done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Abate, well, Ms. Fagan, Mr. Abate, Mr. King, you're welcome to listen. I don't know if this applies to you. Because the jury has migrated, I don't know that we need viewing stations. Did you have